Crystal. Hold on. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the special. Hello, Manny. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the special magistrate hearing for June 8th, 2021. If you wish to speak today, please stand and raise your right hand. Are you going to be speaking, ma'am? Okay. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you. Please silence all electronic devices.
Good morning. Our first case is a hearing to impose fines on page 24. Inspector Will Snyder, case number CE 20091015, case address 3000 Granada Street, owner CCR Realty Investments, Inc. This case was first heard on 2/9/21 to comply by 3/16/21. One section complied at $50 per day. $1,450 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Can everybody hear me? Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 20091015 for the property located at 3000 Granada Street. This case was first heard February 9, 2021. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by March 16, 2021. The violations at the property were brought into full compliance on April 15, 2021. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines in the amount of $1,450.
Okay. Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
John Russell.
Okay. And what would you like to tell me about why it took you a while to get the case complied?
There were three mitigating factors. I'm not sure if anyone's applicable, but I'll say each one. The first one was my property manager, Cheryl Fund, who had worked for me since 2009, retired and moved to Tennessee. She told me that the violation was taken care of. It was not. The second was, after I found out the violations were not cured, I hired a general contractor who worked for me on another matter named John Dispoto to make sure that everything was cured and done correctly. He was the person who did finish it. I have since fired him when I found out that he's not actually a JC. One of the things he did that was strange was one of the violations was for cracked windows. The cracked windows, it's an old building. He ordered frames, which would take 6 months to get to cure the violation. I said to him, just replace the panes, which he eventually did. In March, when he finally got organized to do all this, we had two tenants who refused to allow access because of COVID. The violations that were cured at the end were cracked windows, and those tenants did not want anyone to come into the apartments, which caused it to go on. When we were finally able to get access, it was finally cured and stopped. Those are the three mitigating factors that I have.
Okay.
That's an accurate record, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I'll reduce the fine to $350.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 19, a hearing to impose fines. Inspector Mally Murray, case number CE 20100197, case address 1400 Northeast 53rd Court, owner Oak Tree Avanath Core Ridge, IOS LLC, in care of Oak Tree Management Ltd. This case was first heard on 3/9/21 to comply by 4/13/21. Two sections not complied at $100 per day. $11,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
Inspector Murray, number 302 on behalf of the city, case number CE 20100197 for the property at 1400 Northeast 53rd Court. This case was first brought to the special magistrate on 3/9/21, where evidence was presented and the magistrate Flynn found for the city. The violations were first cited on 10/13/2020. There were previous conversations with property management in regards to bringing the violations, which were 3 violations that were originally cited, into compliance. 2 of them actually have been brought into compliance, but 1 has been I guess you would say, lost in translation. But we do have property representation here who I believe is going to be asking for an extension.
Okay, which is the, I have 2 that are not in compliance. It's on my,
The violation for the dumpster enclosures, both of those violations have been both brought into compliance. The only violation that remains is for the parking lot being in disrepair, where there are stains, cracks, potholes in the parking lot.
okay, all right, thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Ken McMacken.
Okay, can you tell me why the property hasn't been brought into compliance?
Yeah, we took over management of the property in July of 2020. It was previously managed by our joint venture partner out of Brooklyn, New York, and the address had not been changed. We also had a manager turnover later in the year. As soon as it got to us, we've immediately worked to remedy the issue. My colleague Johnny Delgado has contracted to have the parking lot resurfaced. I'm happy to provide a copy of the contract as well as a copy of the check for our initial deposit.
Okay, how much time do you need to bring the property into compliance?
90 days would be fantastic. We're really waiting on permits at this point.
Okay.
Special Magistrate, the city will not contest that. They have shown a good show of faith since they've been brought into recognition of the violation, and I won't contest that.
Okay. I'm going to give you 98 days because it works better with my calendar.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Our next case is on page 33. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 21030180, case address 401 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner Beach Boys Plaza Inc. in care of Hami. This property was cited on 3/4/21 to comply by 3/4/21. One section complied at $100 per day, $8,900 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. No appeal was received for this citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Beautiful day here in the city of Fort Lauderdale today. For the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case CE 21030180, reference to property 401 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property was issued a citation on March 10, 2021 for the following violation. It was 6-51 for the lighting on the property on the beach. The reinspection was performed and the property was brought to compliance, and at this time the city would like to impose just administrative fines of $451.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Nissan Hamoy.
Okay, are you in agreement with the reduction of fines to city costs?
I am.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 25. Inspector Will Snyder, hearing to impose fines. Case number CE 20110740, case address 2933 Poinsettia Street. Owner Cortez Property Dev LLC. This case was first heard on 3/25/21 to comply by 4/22/21. 3 sections not complied at $50 per day, $7,050 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 20110740 for the property located at 2933 Poinsettia Street. This case was first heard March 25th, 2021. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at this property by April 22nd, 2021. Violation section 18-12A remains open at this time. I would like to allow the respondent an opportunity to speak.
Okay, please state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. Angelica Randell and Ludi Moreno.
Okay, can you speak up a little or into the microphone?
It's a little high.
Okay,
All right. Angelica Rondell and Ludi Moreno.
okay. Why is it taking so long to pick up trash?
Okay, there's been a little bit of an issue there because we had a prior violation. It was a fence. The property was enclosed. That was removed. But now, because of the location and with the winds and everything, a lot of trash accumulates in the area. So we're trying now to get somebody in there to make sure that it's taken care of permanently and continuously. We had a contractor that was supposed to be taking care of that. However, it seems like they missed what they had to do. We've been pleading with them since March, actually April 12th, trying to get them to go out there to the property and take care of this issue, but they haven't. So now we're working on something else or working with someone else.
And how much time are you asking for?
14 days.
14 days? Any objection from the city?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 14 days, and I'll suspend the fines during that time, but you've already accumulated 7,000. You're going to have to come back and address them once the property's in compliance.
Okay, thank you very much.
May we also add an order to reappear at the June 24th hearing?
Sure,
Thank you.
Thank you.
okay. I'll see you then.
Our next case is on page 6. Captain Robert Kursawich. Case number FC 21040025. Case address 880 West Sunrise Boulevard. Owner First Coast Energy LLP. The property was posted on 5/25/21 and posted at City Hall on 5/25/21.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Captain Robert Kasarwich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office. Here to present case number FC 21040025 for the property address of 880 West Sunrise Boulevard. Property's been cited in reference to NFPA 150.5.6.1. Upon inspection, the exhaust system has been found to be contaminated with deposits of grease-laden vapors. And NFPA 150.5.2.1, the hood fire suppression system has not been inspected and tagged by a state licensed company within the past 6 months. Currently, right now, the business has been shut down. Health department's been over along with the City of Fort Lauderdale's building department. They've condemned the location and it has been shut down and closed. Property management has been very responsive since the closure on the property. And they've come forward with, I think, a decision that they're going to have to make as far as if they're going to obtain permits to make corrections in the repairs for the structure, or if they're going to file for permits and actually have it demolished. So at this time, we do have a respondent. Let's hear from the respondent. He'll advise the court on what he's looking for.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Trent Turner.
Okay, Mr. Turner, what is your plans for this property?
Yes, ma'am. So right now we're assessing the financial burden, or if you will, that is coming with this. We do have R&R Consulting who's provided engineering. Basically, a car struck this building last year. It's an older building. It's been difficult to find anybody who wants to even, put their stamp on it, if you will. We have secured it. It is a substantial amount just for the consulting fee. So as the captain stated, we are looking at all options. As of yesterday, we did clean up the backside of the structure. There were some tarps that were around a hood exhaust system that were clearly not in compliance, fire hazard in my opinion. So that has all been cleaned up as of about 7 p.m. yesterday. And we're just requesting an extension because there are some other violations coming before.
How much time do you think you need?
At minimum 30 days to provide a response to know where we're at financially, so we can internally decide if we're going to bring it into compliance or apply for permit to demolish.
Okay.
Your Honor, since the property is vacant right now and it's not being occupied, we would support 63 days with an order for reappearance and a finding of fact of $200 a day per violation thereafter.
Okay. All right, so you'll have a little more time. You'll have 63 days.
I appreciate it.
$200 fine after that if you haven't resolved the issues, okay?
Understood.
And you're going to reappear on, what's 63, on my August 10th docket,
That'll be fine.
okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Unless you're complied before then, and then you can.
And it could be.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All
Appreciate
right.
it.
Our next case is on page 40. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 200-60750, case address 3300 Southwest 17th Street, owner Yacel Lopez Ramirez. This case was first heard on 1/12/21 to comply by 2/15/21. One section not complied at $100 per day. $11,300 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case CE 2006-0750, reference to property 3300 Southwest 17th Street. This property was initially cited on August 22nd, 2020 due to the failure to comply. The case was brought to a magistrate hearing on January 12th, 2021, in which evidence and testimony was submitted and the magistrate found for the city. At this time, the property owner has obtained permit LND-3-20120028, but the permit has not been finalized as a requirement for compliance. The property owner has scheduled a final inspection for today, okay, June 8th, 2021, and at this time, the case has accrued fines to the sum of $11,300. Though the property is in its final stage of compliance, the case is still in violation at this time. Obviously, it's the request of the city to impose the fines as read, but the recommendations made by the magistrate will not be denied.
All right, please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning. I'm Yael Landano. I'm actually a friend of Mr. Lopez. He doesn't speak English, so I'm here actually translating for him.
Okay.
Mr. Lopez has every intent to remedy the situation. Due to COVID and he's self-employed, it took a little bit longer to obtain the funds to get the permit, to get the landscaping in order. He has, I think this will be his third inspection today. We hope it's the final inspection and, you know, he wants to do everything to remedy the situation.
Okay. All right. Any objection for me giving him a little more time to do that? And then,
Your Honor, there's no objections from the city if you'd like to put a pause on the fines and have them reappear to the next hearing for their benefit.
okay. All right. 21 days, if there are inspections today, that should be sufficient?
Fair enough. Sounds good.
Okay, 21 days, and in order to reappear, you're going to have to address the existing fines at that time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Your Honor, just for the record, their reappearance will be for,
Well, I only have my docket here, not more. Yes, that's going to be the, July 29th. Okay, then the reappearance will be on July 29th.
thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Our next case is on page 14. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 21030130, case address 2300 Northwest 13th Street, owner Cynthia D. Green. Property was posted on 5/24/21 and posted at City Hall on 5/25/21.
Your Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division presenting case CE 210300130. Is that the right case number? I'm sorry. Reference the property 2300 Northwest 13th Street. This property was initially cited on March 3rd, 2021 by the previous officer Proto for the following violations. 18-4C complied. 47-18.47.A. This property has been identified as a community residence and they have not registered with the Planning and Zoning Division of the City Department of Sustainable Development as required, nor have they begun the process towards obtaining the state certification. Contact was made with the owner of the property, Ms. Green, in regards to the activities taking place. It was noted that Ms. Green was not aware of the community residence use that was taking place by the tenant, Mr. Fields. Contact was made with Mr. Fields prior to the hearing in which he stated that he has been in the works to obtain all documents and registration to comply with the requirements of the City of Fort Lauderdale. Contact was made then again with Ms. Wolf, who stated she is the attorney of Ms. Green in regard to these matters. Since Ms. Green was not aware of the activities that were taking place on her property, it was requested that the city provides 182 days to comply with the matter, as the civil actions will be required. At this time, the city would like to agree to the 182 days for compliance or a fine of $100 per day for the pending violation thereafter.
Okay, who's speaking?
Good morning, Your Honor. Jenna Wolf. I represent the property owner, Cynthia Green.
Okay.
She's here today, just kept her seat. This is Mr. Charles Fields. He's the tenant that's in possession of the property.
Okay, are you in agreement with the 182 days?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Our next case is on page 20. Inspector Lois Tarosky. Case number CE 21010402. Case address 1424 Northeast First Avenue. Owner Elatienne Roach. This case was first heard on 3/9/21 to comply by 3/19/21. 4 sections not complied at $25 per day. $8,100 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lois Tarowski for the City of Fort Lauderdale. This is case number CE 21010402, located at 1424 Northeast First Avenue. This case first came before the Special Magistrate on 3/9/2021, where evidence was presented and the Magistrate Flynn found for the city. These violations were first cited on 1/12/2021, and a total of 10 re-inspections were made on the property. At this present time, the property is now in compliance. It is the city's position that the fines be reduced to administrative cost of $626.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Yeah, my name is Roberto Gonzalez.
Okay, are you in agreement with the reduction from $8,100 to $626 of administrative costs?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next 2 cases are on pages 41 and 42. On page 41, Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. On page 41, case number CE 18071161, case address 3204 Davie Boulevard, owner Soraya Holdings 2, Inc. On page 42, case number CE 18081968, case address 3300 Davie Boulevard, owner Soraya Holdings 2, Inc. And also on page 22, case number CE 19020960, case address 3200 Davie Boulevard, owner Soraya Holdings 2, Inc. The city is requesting to vacate the orders of 3/9/2021 for all 3 cases.
Okay.
And the city is requesting to impose administrative costs of $333.33 for case number CE 18071161, $333.33 for case number CE 18081968, and $333.34 for case number CE 19020960.
Okay. Good morning.
Your Honor, good morning. Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. Council and I have agreed to vacate the 3 orders as read by Ms. Jordan and impose the administrative costs on each case also as read.
Okay.
That is correct, Your Honor. John Byrne on behalf of Saria.
Okay,
Thank
very
you.
good. Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time. Thank you, Mrs. Hunt. Take care.
Our next case is on page 6. No, I'm sorry, our next case is on page 2. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. On page 2 is case number CE 21010622. Case address 801 Northeast 62nd Street. Owner First Properties 899 Northeast 62nd LLC. This property is posted on 5/26/21 and posted at City Hall on 5/25/21. Also on page 2, case number CE 21010627. Case address 899 Northeast 62nd Street. Owner First Properties 899 Northeast 62nd LLC. Property posted 5/26/21. Posted at City Hall 5/25/21. Is there a respondent for the address located at 801 Northeast 62nd Street?
Good morning. Senior Inspector Cologne with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case address is 801 Northeast 62nd Street. Case number is CE 21010622. This property was first inspected by Senior Inspector Holloway on January 20th, 2021 in regards to a business tax receipt complaint and a noise issue. And the citation, we're asking for that citation, which was for 15-33A to be vacated today. 0 fines and vacated. And I actually followed up with an inspection on January 25th, 2021, and I cited the parking area as well. The violation, I did a pre-hearing inspection on yesterday on the 7th, June 7th, 2021, and the violation remains, which is depicted in the photos, and I would like to enter that into evidence. And the city is requesting 42 days or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Ray Brooks.
Okay. Mr. Brooks, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the next 42 days?
Because of the permitting time, I'm not sure. I would think 60 days would be safer.
Okay. Any problem with 63 days?
No, I don't have an issue with that.
Okay, 63 days or a fine of $50 a day thereafter. So if you run into any problems, make sure you contact the inspector before that time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I could read the next case?
Sure.
He's not here for that one as well?
I'm sorry, there's another case on page 2.
Senior Inspector Cologne with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case address is 899 Northeast 62nd Street. Case number is CE 21010627. I inspected this property on January 20th, 2021, and it was in regards to the initial complaint came in with food trucks being stored there on this property. And when I went to the property, there was some food trucks that were there, as well as some other violations. So violation 47-20.20.D, there are commercial vehicles, I'm sorry, that was complied on 6/7/2021. And 47-20.20H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. There are holes, cracks, and needs to be resurfaced, restriped, and the wheel stops repaired or replaced. And 47-20.20E was also complied on June 7th, 2021. So the city is requesting, we'll do the same thing, the 63 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Agreement?
Yes, we already have a contract to do the work. It's just waiting for a permit.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 39. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 200-20824. Case address 2401 Cat K Lane. Owner Kevin Michael Wolfer. This case was first heard on 1/12/21 to comply by 2/9/21. One section complied at $100 per day. $6,100 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case CE 2002-0824, reference to property 2401 Cat K Lane. This property was initially cited on February 22nd, 2020. The property failed to come into compliance, and a hearing was scheduled for January 12, 2021, in which evidence and testimony was submitted to the magistrate, and the magistrate found for the city, granting 28 days for compliance. A reinspection was performed on February 9th, 2021, in which found that the property remained in violation and the accrual of fines begun. On April 12, 2021, a reinspection was then performed in which the property was found to have complied with all requirements issued by the city. At this time, the property is in compliance, as the photos depict. Due to the fact the fines accrued in the sum of $6,100, it is a position of the city to impose just administrative costs for the sum of $764.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Kevin Michael Wolfer.
Okay. Are you in agreement with the reduction to administrative costs of $764?
My sister died in 2019. Left me the house. Left it in great disrepair, and we've been working very hard trying to get it up to code. And during that time, someone has vandalized the sprinklers. That's why the side of the house got sprayed with well water. And we've been trying to clean up after the two grifters that ended up in the house. But if it could be reduced more, it would be great, because we have nothing right now.
Your Honor, may I speak? Avery Landis for the record.
Sure.
I've been doing the property management for him and trying to get the house up into code. The man has spent quite a little bit of money on the property since his sister had passed away. I apologize that it wasn't brought up to code in the time that it was requested. I do have the receipts of the amounts of money that has been spent.
Okay. All right.
That's inside and outside the house, including the trim.
Okay. All right. I will reduce the fine to $350.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 10, Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE 21031062. Case address 841 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner 845 North Atlantic Boulevard, LLC. Property posted 5/21/21. Posted at City Hall 5/25/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 21031062 for the property located at 841 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property was first inspected March 31st and given 30 days to correct for the following violations. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, debris on this property and/or swale. This section was brought into compliance April 15th, 2021. 18-1, there is graffiti at this property that is creating a public nuisance, is being maintained in such a manner that it is or may reasonably adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. And 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. The city is requesting 35 days to correct the two remaining violations, or a fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Dev Krishan Lalwani.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the remaining issues in compliance within 35 days?
I've already done it all. Showed him the pictures.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to submit my case file and photos to the court.
All right. We have another case on page 10. Case number CE 21031060, case address 853 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner Jamna Lawani. Property posted 52521, posted at City Hall on 52521.
Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 21031058 for the property located at, I'm sorry, this was 853 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard? Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 21031060 for the property located at 853 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. The property was inspected March 31st and given 30 days to correct for the following violations. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing or peeling paint. 18-1, there is graffiti at this property that is creating a public nuisance. 47-19.9.8.2.c, there is non-permitted outdoor display of merchandise at this property. All of these violations came into compliance on or before May 25th, 2021. City is requesting a finding of fact that the violations did exist at this property.
Okay. Yes. Do you understand the city is just asking me now, they realize that you've corrected the problem, but they want me to issue a finding of fact. And what that means is in the future, if this happens again, you could be fined right away, okay?
Your Honor, I'm confused a little bit.
Okay.
Like, I keep the display outside a little bit because each and every time, every year, the inspector changes. They tell me the different rules and regulations. Some people, they say the display is allowed on the walls, or your walls, and it's not allowed outside. Some inspectors, they come and they tell me you cannot put the display outside at all. So I had written a couple of certified letters to the city of Fort Lauderdale. Till today, I haven't received any response from them because I like to know what I'm doing wrong so I can be corrected. And I had taken some pictures down the road, like there's all the retail store on A1A, they have the display outside. I have the pictures here, which I like to present to the court to see it. It's been since last 2 years. After looking at them, I wrote the city certified letter to find out what kind of permit they have it so I can apply the same thing and be in the compliance with the city to save city's time as well as my time.
Okay.
But till today, I haven't got the right answer from nobody. And till today, they have the store outside the display.
Okay.
And I feel I've been singled out, so I feel very hurt.
Well, I'm sorry about that. Sometimes, you know, it takes inspectors a while to get to everybody, but I'll have the inspector explain to you exactly what your obligation is.
But is there any certain permit do I require to be like to keep the mannequin outside, or how many mannequins can I keep it outside? And
Okay, I'm gonna allow him to explain it to you.
please, thank you.
So you may apply for a permit to do something like that. Whether or not the zoning would approve it is up to zoning. They have their own regulations and rules and interpretations that they need to go through and review before they can issue a permit for that. As far as goes the other properties, and as far as goes yours property in particular, I've actually cited you for this mannequin violation. I think this is the third time. I've been incredibly generous to you and your business. I've been incredibly generous to a lot of the businesses on Fort Lauderdale Beach, especially over the last year. I'm sorry that you feel that I'm singling you out. I'm not, but I've addressed every property that has the same issue. It's just that now moving forward after post-COVID, it's no longer going to be allowed unless you have a permit.
So he's not allowed to have any outdoor displays without a permit.
That's correct, Your Honor, unless he has some kind of permit. Now, again, I just want to reiterate, whether or not it's even allowed in the first place, I'm not sure. That's up for the zoning to review when you apply.
But is it any department I can apply for the permit?
Good morning, Your Honor. Supervisor Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Anytime that you have any type of business that you're selling or have any type of merchandise. That merchandise is to be kept on the inside of the business. It's not to be displayed externally on outside of the business. The owner also asked for public record of other businesses that had been cited previously. We did provide that. I provided that personally via email for other businesses that had been cited for the exact same thing. But no, if he's running a retail business, all retail merchandise that is sold is to be kept within the confinement of the building, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there any permit that he could apply for to change that?
For external, for his location, he can go through zoning to see, but the ordinance states that any type of retail that you're selling, it's only specific businesses that are allowed to have displays outside, and that will be like car dealerships and things of that sort, nurseries, things of that sort, but not retail, Your Honor.
Okay. So do you understand that you're not allowed to have any outside displays? All of your merchandise has to be kept inside, okay? Now, there is a permit process that you could go through, but from what they're telling me, they're generally for businesses other than retail establishments such as yours. So your safest bet is not to display any outside.
Which I've been doing this. I started doing this in the last 15 days.
Okay, all right, based on the physical photos and the evidence, I'm gonna issue a finding of fact that the violation did exist, but I understand now you were in compliance and we appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Should I present the pictures to you?
No, that's okay. I'm sure they'll be after
Thank
the
you.
rest
Thank you
of
very
them.
much. Thank you for
Okay.
guiding me.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have another case on page 11 with Inspector Will Snyder, case number CE 21-031058, case address 3132 Northeast 9th Street, owner 3132 Northeast 9th LLC, property posted 52521, posted at City Hall 52521.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 21031058 for the property located at 3132 Northeast 9th Street. This property was first inspected March 31st, 2021, and given 30 days to correct for the following violations. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and/or swale. And 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and repealing paint. The city is requesting 10 days to correct violation section 18-12A and 35 days to correct violation section 9-306 or a fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
Okay. Sir, please state your name again for the record.
My name is Narayan S. Lalwani, and we have corrected all the violation. Officer can come and take a look at it.
Okay.
If there's any fault left, please let us know so we can correct remaining.
Okay, so I'm going to grant the 10 days and the 35 days, and he'll re-inspect the property during that time and
Thank you very
confirm
much. God
that it's
bless.
complied.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
I would like to submit case file and photo evidence to the court. Thank you.
Sir, you have another case? Sir, you all have another case? Yes, sir. You also have a case on page 31. It's a hearing to impose fines for a citation. On page 31, case number CE 21030588, case address 853 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner Jamna S. Lawani. This property was cited on 3/17/21 to comply by 3/17/21. One section not complied at $100 per day, $8,300 accrued. The city is requesting full amount of fines continue to accrue and no appeal was received for the citation.
I'm sorry, may we recall?
I'm sorry, that was Inspector Bernstein Sambert.
Okay, thank you.
My apologies, Will.
It's okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Bernstein with City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 21030588. Property address 853 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Property owner Jamna S. Lawani. This property was issued a citation on March 17th, 2021 in regard to sea turtle lighting. The citation was posted and sent certified mail, and the citation fine was for $100, which accrued daily. I have been in contact with the business owner and property owner over the violation and how to gain compliance. Property did come into compliance and fines did stop running. I would like to enter the photos into evidence that show violation as depicted as well as compliance. The city is requesting full imposition of fine.
Okay, sir.
All the violations have been corrected.
Right, I understand that. Unfortunately, you were issued a citation on March 17th, and no appeal was taken from that citation. So under the current code, I don't have any choice but to impose the fine because there was no appeal of the citation.
I wasn't handed over any paper. I don't see any paper.
Yeah,
Because as soon as the officer came, he told me this needs to be corrected and one door has to be closed between 8 and 9:30. We started following the rules and regulation. He said, you've been compliant. You know, whatever the officer they tell us, we do accordingly. We don't like to, fight with anybody. Like we do comply.
Supervisor Stephanie Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Your Honor. Prior to Sea Turtle's lighting season, Your Honor, we walked the beach. We gave all of the owners on the beach that could possibly affect the Sea Turtle lighting that the lighting could illuminate on the beach. We gave them informational packages. We told them that as of March 1st, Sea Turtle lighting enforcement will begin and that they need to be in compliance prior to that. Also, we also did research to see prior, had they also been cited for sea turtle lighting, and if so, we went forward with our enforcement process. So therefore, the owners were giving prior information as to how to comply, what was needed for compliance. So therefore, we went forward with enforcement as of March 1st, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, I'm going to impose the fine. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page. Our next case is
I didn't understand the fine part. Can you please explain to me what are the fines for?
The fine is for artificial light that illuminates the beaches, and it's to protect the sea turtles.
We do follow the rules and regulation. Whenever the officer came, he explained to us, do this way, we've been following that guidelines. And whenever he tells us something, we follow those guidelines.
Okay, I understand that you may not have understood, but under the code, I don't have any discretion. If you don't file an appeal from the citation, the law requires me to impose the fine. I don't have any discretion. That's just the way the code reads.
I think, hi, Dale Lawani. I think what he's more asking is if there is any other type of appeal process. As you can see, my family is, quite compliant with the city.
Yeah, I know I can see you're trying.
You have to also.
Excuse me, sir. I apologize. Did you sign in this morning to be heard at the hearing?
I apologize, I did not.
Okay.
My father
All right.
obviously has some
Okay.
language barriers.
State your name for the record.
Yes. Thank
Dale
you.
Das Lawani. That's same last name, D-A-Y-A-L.
I also need to swear you in.
Yes,
Do you swear in affirm to speak the truth on today's hearing?
of course.
Okay. The issue is I understand, and I really think your family is trying, but this particular code does not give me the discretion, if you do not appeal the citation, to do anything but impose the fine. As far as your right to an appeal, I can't give you legal advice, but I would, suggest that you talk to a lawyer if that's something you'd like to look into.
Okay, and what is the current fine?
$8,300.
We don't have $8,300 after.
I understand, and I wish I could be of more help, but my hands are tied. When you don't file the appeal, I don't have anything to hear.
I agree, you know, like I said, we usually do show up to all of these meetings and file appeals. I don't know if one of these just happened to slip through the cracks, you know, and like we said, we don't, as you can see through our.
You know, if I had the discretion, I would exercise it, but you know, the code just does not give me that discretion if an appeal is not filed.
Since the citation is already in compliance, you do have the option to go through the lien reduction process, and you can contact code, probably ideally tomorrow or later this week, and you can seek a reduction of that fine.
And that I do have discretion to go through
Thank you,
that
Rhonda.
process.
I understand. Thank you so much. I think that's the answer he was looking
Yeah,
for.
because I didn't receive any citation, otherwise I would have come.
I understand, sir.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Rhonda.
God bless. Thank you.
Something that they needed, you know, they didn't have to be in the lobby, that was something that they could actually do.
Our next case is on page 37. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 21030584. Case address 3001 East Los Olas Boulevard. Owner Brooklyn 46th LLC. This property was cited on 3/17/21 to comply by 3/17/21. One section not complied at $100 per day. $8,300 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue, and there was no appeal received for this
Which means I don't
citation.
have the attitude of, oh, that's not in my job description. I don't have the attitude of, oh, I've never done that. You can go and ask someone else. So.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case CE 21030584, reference to property 3001 East Los Olas Boulevard. Due to the sea turtle nesting season, this property was issued a citation on March 17, 2021 for the following violation. 6-51, there's artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. As per the photos depict, the property has complied with all requirements issued by the city. Due to the facts, the city is requesting the imposition of administrative fees in the sum of $359.
Senior customer service representative.
Okay, good morning. Please state your name. Okay, are you in agreement with the reduction to $359 in administrative costs? Well, it's a better deal than some get.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
And to feel that they are getting the right information.
Our next case is on page 27. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE 2010750. Case address 2817 East Oakland Park Boulevard. Owner ACS 2817 LLC. This case was first heard on 2/9/21 to comply by 3/15/21. One section not complied at $50 per day. $4,250 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Cologne with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 2010750. Case address 2817 East Oakland Park Boulevard. This case was first heard in February of 2021 in regards to the exterior walls not being maintained, which was complied on March 8th, and there are no fines for that. And then the parking facilities 47-20.20H, which as you can see in the pictures, there is work that has been completed. However, they were waiting for the building department to do the final. So the city does not have a problem with a 14-day extension and a stay of fines, if we can get that for for the completion of the final. And the property manager is here to speak.
So the goal is
Please state your name for the record.
Jordan Brown.
All right, are you in agreement with a 14-day extension to get that
So
final
if I
inspection?
know
Yes,
that
more than
there is a
Okay,
certain
you're gonna have to come back and address the fines that have already accrued.
then I will make
Thank you.
preparations.
Additionally, hold on, sir. Additionally, on page 27 is case number CE 2010183 for 2817 East Oakland Park Boulevard. ACS 2817 LLC is the owner. Case first heard on 2/9/21 to comply by 3/15/21. One section not complied at $50 per day. City is requesting.
Senior Inspector Cologne with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 2010183. Case address is 2817 East Oakland Park Boulevard. Basically, Your Honor, it's the same thing. There was two folios for the same address. So the exterior is in compliance as of March 8th, 2021 with no fines. And the parking lot 47-20.20H is awaiting for the final as well. So the city's requesting 14 days, an extension, and stay the fines.
And if a step is missing, is there something
Thank
that
you.
can mess up all of the other steps? So the first thing is to conference with management.
Thank you. Our next
Get an
case is on page
understanding of what
23.
needs to be done and what the big picture is.
Case number CE
What is the end
18091383. Case address
Once I get
2598
steps
Northwest 18
for
Terrace.
the end to get to the end result, I would then at that time make schedules and meetings and things of that nature to go ahead and stay on task.
I'm sorry, the supervisor stepped out, so we'll call you right back after he comes back in.
To stay organized.
Our next case is on page 37, Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE 21030351, case address 303 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner Diamond Rock FL Owner LLC.
That I use. And the first thing I do is once I go.
This property was cited on 31021 to comply by 31021. One section not comply to $100 per day, $9,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. And there was no appeal received. Page 27.
When I transfer that to my Outlook, I may set reminders.
Oh, sorry,
so
page
that
27.
I get information periodically.
And there was
It
no appeal
reminds me
received for this
2
citation.
days before, the day before.
Good morning,
the
Senior
morning
Inspector
of,
Cologne
and
with
then
the
I
City
would
of Fort
also be
Lauderdale.
reminded
Case
an
address
hour
is
before.
303
Then I
North
would
Fort
also
Lauderdale
set
Beach Boulevard,
reminders
and the
on
case number
my
is
phone
CE
also,
2103
so that if just if the
0351.
power goes out or maybe
This
if I
is a
work from
citation
home
in regards
or
to
I'm
the
not
sea
in the
turtle
office
lighting.
that day,
And the
but
property
something
was
still
first
needed to be
issued,
done,
the
I would
citation on
have
March
my
10th,
phone and I can
2020,
call my backup to say,
2021,
hey,
sorry about
this
that.
needs to be
And
done.
the
So
citation was
that
posted and
everything
sent
will be
certified
flow
mail.
and nothing will fall by the
And
wayside because
it was issued, the citation was issued
on
with a
vacation.
$100 fine that accrues daily. As of my last inspection on June 3rd, 2021, the violation remains as depicted in the photos, and which I would like to enter into evidence as well. And we did speak with the lawyer in regards to an extension. So the city is in favor of an extension of 51 days with a stay of fines.
She is set up on payment arrangement on her account.
Please state your name for the record.
And
Thank you, Your Honor. Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of Diamond Rock. With me is Danny Estevez, who's the general manager, and we're very appreciative and in agreement with the city's request for a stay of fines and an extension so that we can meet with the city and work on a compliance.
And what was the amount of days you're agreeing to?
I'm sorry, say that again?
she did not notice that she
51.
was on automatic draft on her account.
51 days.
So the full amount was
Thank you very much.
from the.
Thank you.
Do you want a
So needless to
reappearance?
say,
Yes, for the, is it July 29th?
Yeah.
July
what
29th
we
hearing.
had
Yes.
to do
Okay.
was
Thank you very
much.
get
And we
information.
have another, can we do the other one?
The necessary steps to go ahead and, tell her what she needs to do on her side. And what I did was that I explained to
Our
her
next case on page
what needed to
28.
be done,
Case
and
number
that
CE
the automatic payment
21030352, case address
done
321 North
if
Fort Lauderdale
she's
Beach
on
Boulevard, owner Diamond Rock, Florida, owner
So
LLC.
she was upset because she
Property
didn't
cited
want to pass it.
31021 to comply by 31021. One section not comply to $100 per day, $9,000 accrued.
She didn't have to do the automatic draft through HCH.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Cologne with the City of Fort Lauderdale. And the case address is 321 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, case number CE 21030352. Basically, it's the same thing, same owner, two different folios. And the city would like the same extension of the 51 days, stay of fines, and a reappearance on the 29th.
Agreed that we would go ahead and.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At that time, for this time as a courtesy because it wasn't.
Our next case on page 23,
So the first
case
thing I
num-
did was apologize. The second thing I
Supervisor
did
Reggie
was
White, case number
explain to
CE
her,
18091383. Case address 2598 Northwest 18 Terrace, owner Oakland 95 LLC. This case was first heard on 11/29/18 to comply by 1/3/2019. There are 3 suspensions notated on the agenda. One section not complied at $250 per day, $133,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Reggie White speaking. Code Enforcement Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting the case CE 1809-1383 for the property 2598 Northwest 18th Terrace. Ms. Jordan just read in the order and confirming the fines, but I want to put this on record. A settlement agreement has been signed, and I'll just read the portion of the settlement agreement. Within 30 days after completion of the wall, Oakland 95 shall remove any existing violations of Section BCZ 39132 on the property related to the special magistrate case and pay all outstanding administrative costs of $1756.64. As of now, the permit has been finalized for the wall. We're just waiting on an inspection just to verify that they removed all the items and the admin cost is paid. In addition, this hearing was originally supposed to be read in February. In the February hearing, it was removed from the agenda, so we're just reading it in as a formality, just to put this on the record. If the items are not removed, be confirmed. And that is it. I will submit the settlement agreement to the special magistrate for review.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Darren Whalen, the owner of the property.
Okay, was that your agreement as the inspector
Yes, ma'am.
recited?
The one thing that I would say that I struggle with is
You have signed it and,
when
all right.
I
Okay,
don't
so
know
ordered.
something,
All right.
I
Thank
hold
you.
on to it. So instead of just putting it off to a more and they're like,
Our
no,
next
no,
case
just
is-
do it. I'll take it. I'm like, no, I need to know. So the thing is, I want to know. I don't like to delegate or pass things off. You know, it's kind of like a dog. See, is something that
Forty-seven 19.5.d.5 has been in compliance since
not that I can think of.
April 8th of 2021 by, and this was complied by Inspector
Well, I am
Vaughn
currently
Malakias at that
taking a
time.
class
Okay. Okay,
So,
thank you.
that is something I've already.
The other violations do exist, ma'am, and the pictures depicted today here are to show that the violations are not, are still not in compliance, ma'am. I've been in contact with Mr. Jim. Mr. Jim is a representative of the vacant lot, and now we have the representative here today, and he would like to speak to you, ma'am, in regards to this.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Jerry Ryan.
All right, tell me why this property is not in compliance yet.
So right now, we're having an issue with FP&L. There's a couple poles, and also they have a transformer there. So we've been dealing with them to try to get them to remove the poles and transformer. Once that's done, they're able to go in and take out the old, rock and put in the sod. So we're just asking to see if we can extend for 60 more days.
Okay, 63 days. Is there any objection by the city?
No, ma'am, we do not object any, no, none of that.
Okay, 63 days extension, and I will suspend the fines during that period.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Our next case is on page 18, Inspector Bernstein Sambert. Page 18, this is a citation appeal, case number CE21031017, case address 3120 East Sunrise Boulevard, owner 3114-20 East Sunrise Boulevard, LLC. This property was cited on 3/30/21 to comply by 3/30/21. One section complied at $100 per day, $1,575 accrued, and again, this is a citation appeal.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Bernstein Sambert, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2103-1017. Property address 3120 East Sunrise Boulevard. Property owner 3114-20 East Sunrise Boulevard, LLC. This property was issued a citation on March 30th, 2021 in regard to sea turtle lighting. The citation was posted and sent certified mail. The citation fine was $100, which accrued daily. I have been in contact with the business owner and property owner over the violation and how to gain compliance. Property did come into compliance and fines stopped running. I would like to enter photos into evidence that shows violation as depicted as well as compliance. The city is requesting full imposition of fine, but not object to any fine that you reduce it to.
Okay, sir. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm Howard Berkson. I'm the owner of the property. I have my tenant here, who's also in the building, Manny Vasquez. I asked for relief in 3 different ways on this particular case. The first one is to dismiss the case for not complying with proper notice and remediation time. I was never, on March 30th, which was 30 days after we're being told that we had to be in compliance, my tenant was never informed, I was never informed, and then we got the violation, the notice on March 30th, saying that we were not in compliance for over 30 days. So we never got the initial notice or the warning or time to remediate. Also, the notice that I received gave 0 hours and 0 days to comply. So it was like you didn't even have time to do anything, the fine started running.
I'm
So
confused. I thought you said you didn't get the notice.
no, on March 30th, he posted the notice. Not March, but the timing went back to March 1st, okay? The second thing is we complied immediately, according to my tenant, that as soon as the code officer was on site, he turned the lights off that night. He's been a tenant there for 5 years. And as soon as he was able to be notified of the problem, he took care of the problem. Lastly, which is a different matter, and I'm going to submit some evidence, I don't even understand why this property is even in the sphere of influence on the sea turtle ordinance. This property is over 450 feet, okay, lying behind the Sonesta Hotel at Sunrise in Sunrise Lane. The 450 feet is the equivalent of a football field and another half of a football field. It cannot be seen from the beach. There's a seawall that's 3 feet in front of it. We don't even know, and this is a separate issue, how we're even in this particular case. But aside from that, we are complying. As soon as we received notice, we started complying. My tenant has been a long-term tenant there on the property. I'm a new owner there, and I'm just aware of the situation, and so we would ask that there be no fine imposed in this particular situation.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Supervisor Stephanie Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Again, with the sea turtle lighting, we did go out prior to sea turtle lighting season and gave out informational package to all of the businesses. We did keep a spreadsheet of all of the businesses that were notified prior to us issuing the citations. Also, Your Honor, the notice of citation was posted on the property. So we post the property with the citation for the owner or whoever the responsible party is for building management to make sure that they see it. And we also send out a certified notice, certified mail as well for the citation. To my understanding, the inspector met at least 2 or 3 times on the property. The first time, it wasn't in compliance. The inspector met again with the property managers, and I think the second time it still was not in compliance. And it was the third time that it came into compliance, which was the reason why the daily fines accrued, because they still were not in compliance, Your Honor. And as far as, I understand that he's saying that the height and the size of the building, however, when we take the photos, when the inspectors go out, they take the photos from the beach. So any light that they say they see illuminating on the beach, they actually issue the citation according to that. And the alternative that we give for that is for the property management or the HOA to let the tenants know that they can screen, they can put a film on their windows or either close their curtains in order for it not to illuminate on the beach, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'd like to respond to that. First of all, I have a photo that I was taken last night, and the property is not seen from the beach. So I'm going to submit that into evidence.
Is this your property in the photos that I'm seeing?
Yes.
Okay, they look like they were taken from the beach, and I can see the lights.
Right. Now, this is the whole issue. I don't understand how a human being who's 6 feet tall and not a turtle who's 18 inches off the ground, who has a seawall in front of him, cannot see this building.
Well, you'll have to take that up with the city commission that passes this.
I find that
ordinance.
discretionary. I know. I find the discretionary of a human being looking at the lights is a whole different issue. But I have Matty Vasquel, who's the tenant here, who's there every day on the property, 7 days a week, from 9 o'clock to 9 o'clock at night. He's an honest guy. I've known him for a while. He's going to give some testimony about whether he was actually contacted by this particular officer, because the information is very different from what I've heard. Okay?
Okay. Is that the guy you met with? Sir, please state your name.
Mati Vasguel.
Okay.
I'm the owner of the store, Heart of the City.
Okay, and are you on the property every day?
Every day.
Okay.
We've been there for 5 years. Every year, the inspectors come. They tell us, turtle season start, you need to turn off your window light. Every year we comply. This year, I understand we got the citation, the blue note. We never got a warning. We never got a package. Okay, so usually when they come and tell us turtle season start, we turn off the window light like every year. If you look, we've been there for 5 years, never an issue.
Okay, but if you received the citation, which you obviously did,
And I
you
turned
took
off
an
the same
appeal
day.
from
I
it.
actually called the officer. He left his phone number on the citation. I called him and we did talk on the phone the same day. And he told me you need to turn off the window lights, and that's what was done.
And the citation was posted on March 30th.
Your Honor, can I just reiterate and said the property manager who says he's on the property every day just stated his own self that he knows every year that Sea Turtle Lighting starts March 1st. So my question would be that if he knows it starts
But we will
on
get a
March 1st, why not?
notification or a warning. I even talked to, I did talk to you the same day you left the note, right?
What date was the
date
property
we got
posted?
the-
March 30th.
March 30th.
Okay, and how many days what did the citation instruct him to do?
The citation instructed him to close off any or screen any lighting that's illuminating into the beach. And the property owner, and the business owner, did contact me. I met with him. I let him know the situation, and he said, okay. I told him that I would have to do the reinspection because it was in the daytime. I did the reinspection like a couple of days later, and the light was still illuminating. And I believe the property owner did send an appeal within probably 6-7 days.
3 days.
3 days. So they were aware, but they weren't in compliance
Do you have photos from when you said you came back that it was illuminated from the date? I turned the lights the same day I talked to you.
I understand,
What
but
you're
it
saying
was
is
not in
right.
compliance.
But what you're saying is not true. I talked to you on the phone the same day we got the notice, and the lights were turned off the same day. So
And-
now what you're telling me that that's not true.
And I told you you're not in compliance.
Okay.
Okay, so
If he turned the lights off, then he's in
the
compliance.
pictures here, I only have one date on a picture, which is the 30th, the date you issued the citation. You returned to the property after that time, and they were still lit.
Correct.
Okay.
That's not true.
All right, I'm going to fine for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What are you finding for the city?
I find that the violation existed, and I'm imposing the fine that was on the citation.
On a per diem basis or what? From what time to what time?
it was $1,500.
But how could that be the case if on March 30th, it was the first date that it was posted, and you have testimony from the tenant that he talked in person and on site with the actual code enforcement officer, and he turned his
Sir,
lights off?
I've heard the testimony, and I've heard the inspector's testimony, and
So one person's truth is not the other person's truth?
Sir, it's my responsibility to determine the facts, and I have determined that the violation existed. And I have ruled that the fine, as appeared on the citation, is imposed.
For the 15 days?
Sir,
For the 15
no
days?
more arguing.
No, I'm asking for the 15 days you're saying, from the time it was posted, the time I talked to not even to the appeal date, which would be 3 days later when I appealed it?
It's for 15 days violation.
Yes, in Your Honor, if they like to, again, like the attorney said before, if they like to file, submit documentation to administrative staff to go for a lien reduction, they can do that.
Do you use the appeal date at all in your decision, which came 3 days after the actual posting?
Sir, I've already ruled.
I'm
okay?
just asking the question. It's
I
not-
ruled based on the citation, and that's what I'm required to do.
Okay.
Our next case is on page 22. Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero, Inspector Darren Emmons presenting case number CE-200114881, case address 1317 Tangelo Isle, owner Robert C. Swindle. Case was first heard on 1/12/21 to comply by 3/2/21. One section not complied at $50 per day. $9,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Darren Emmons, 311 Code Officer, City of Fort Lauderdale. I'm presenting in the place Senior Inspector Quintero. Case number is CE-200114881. The property is located at 1317 Tangelo Isle. This case first came before the Special Magistrate on 01/12/21, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on 1/29/2020. A total of 19 re-inspections were made on the property. As of this time, sections 9-305B, 18-4C, and 9308B are in compliance. 9308B came in compliance as of 4/12 of this year. In the room today, we have an attorney representing the homeowner that she's going to request, or we've spoken, and she's going to request an extension. And the city is asking for, is okay with the extension, a 14 days extension with the stay of fines, if that's okay with the magistrate?
Okay. Please state your name.
Patricia Rathburn for the property owner, Robert Swindell. The property is under contract to be sold. I think the closing date is July 7th. The property owner did comply with all of the various violations. It took him a little bit longer than he anticipated on some of them. And he is in the process of finding someone to address the last violations, which are some soffit work and
Okay,
and
so are you in
painting.
agreement with the 14 days?
We're in agreement with, if we could have 21, it would be a little bit better, just because the handymen are so hard to come by right now. So I would give him a little bit of flexibility with a stay of the fine. And then if we could ask for a reduction in the fine to administrative costs, because if we need to have a fixed number to close on this property. The purchaser of the property is going to repair and renovate. We thought originally he was going to tear it down, but he loves the property, he's going to fix it. So we need to have a
Well,
set amount.
It's not my policy unless the property is in compliance to address the fines unless the city wants to agree to administrative costs.
Well, it's in compliance as to all of the violations, with the exception of this small, some painting and touch-up. Some of that, which is new because they took down the carport to comply with the previous violation, and some of the, I'm not sure, and I don't know if the inspector is sure, which parts of the soffit touch-up and some painting that needs to be touched up were there before and which parts are there because they took the carport down. So if we could have.
I'm not following.
Your Honor, unfortunately, I don't believe we have a mechanism for Your Honor to order administrative costs when there's one component still not in compliance. The case has to be in compliance before Your Honor can address the fines. You can certainly come back at the next hearing and address those.
The next hearing is the 24th?
That's the 29th.
The 29th.
Yes.
Okay. If we can agree to disagree on the amount of the fines right now, stay the fines and have a callback on the 29th.
Yes, I will stay the fines, issue you 21 days for compliance, and reappear on the 29th to address the fines. That's July.
July, oh, you don't have I thought you had a June.
Oh, yeah, we don't have another hearing.
You don't have another.
No.
Because each violation was a separate.
There's a hearing with a different division next week, but it's next Thursday. The property would have to be in compliance. We could possibly do that. And June 24th. We have June 24th?
Yeah.
Oh, we have June 24th.
Yeah, I thought somebody was on June 24th before. Yeah, June 24th would work.
So you'll appear, is that in
It's a
front of
little less than 21 days. Okay.
Okay, is that the board?
No, that's you.
Oh,
I mean,
that's
the magistrate, right? Yeah.
Oh, okay. That would be more.
Okay, so we've got until June 23rd to come into compliance, and we can appear on the 24th to address the manner of the fines.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate
All
your
right,
help.
thank you.
Our next case is on page 29. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 18091090, case address 941 Southwest 21st Terrace, owner 941 Terrace FL LLC, in care of CFR Realty Partners LLC. This case was first heard on 5/16/19 to comply by 7/4/19. There are 5 suspensions notated on the agenda. 1 section complied at $50 per day, $11,300 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 18091090, case address 941 Southwest 21st Terrace. This case was actually complied on March 10th, 2021. It was in regards to the parking lot, 47-20.20K. And the city is actually requesting a reduction of fines to the administrative cost of $1,620 today.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Dina Gray, attorney for the property owner.
Good morning. Is your client in agreement with the reduction to administrative costs of $1,620?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next cases are on pages 34 and 35. We'll start on page 34. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 21030183. Case address 239 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner 237 South Fort Lauderdale Beach LLC. This property was cited on 3/4/21 to comply by 3/4/21. 1 section not complied at $100 per day, $9,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount. and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation. Also on page 34, case number CE 2103084, case address 235 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner 235 South Fort Lauderdale Beach LLC, property site at 3421 to comply by 3421. One section not complied at $100 per day, $9,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount. Fines continue to accrue, and there was no appeal received for this citation. Case number CE 2103085, case address 229 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner LAD FL Beach CR LLC, property site at 3421 to comply by 3421. One section not complied at $100 per day, $9,600 accrued. City is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation. Case number CE 2103086, case address 227 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner Clothes Connection Inc., property site at 3421 to comply by 3421. One section not complied at $100 per day, $9,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation. On page 35, case number CE 2103087, case address 225 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner LNA Beach Holdings LLC, property site at 3421 to comply by 3421. One section not complied at $100 per day, $9,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation. Case number CE 2103088, case address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner LAD FL Beach CR LLC, property site at 3421 to comply by 3421. One section not complied at $100 per day, $9,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation. Case number CE 2103089, case address 213 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner TRD of Fort Lauderdale LLC, property site at 3421 to comply by 3421. One section not complied at $100 per day, $9,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal will receive for this citation. In case number CE 2103090, case address 201 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner TRD of Fort Lauderdale LLC, property site at 3421 to comply by 3421. One section not complied at $100 per day, $9,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation.
All right. Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, again, Senior Officer Garcia with the Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division.
I'm sorry, go ahead. We're checking one more, but
I was concerned we missed one.
yeah, that one was actually heard already on page 33, which was CE 2103080, case address 401 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. That one was heard earlier this morning.
Yeah, 401 South Fort Lauderdale was heard, yes. The property manager was in appearance on behalf of the property. We came to the conclusion of administrative costs of $451. They came into compliance.
Thank you.
I can go ahead. All right. Your Honor, again, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division. I just want to question, are all these properties owned by the same, I know that they're different companies, but same owner?
Same principals. In some cases, the principal for about half of the block owns it with one partner and then is part of the LOD Corporation on the other. So there is.
Okay, I just want to make sure because we're doing all the cases all at once. So I had done individual readings on behalf of the court, but regardless of the fact, presenting cases as read, due to the sea turtle nesting season that began March 1st of 2021, the properties were issued citations on March 4th of 2021 for the code section 6-51 for artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. And most of the properties, I did meet with one of the not property managers, but one of the restaurant managers, in which we walked the block and we pointed out all the violations that were present at that time. As per the photos depict from the many that are up, the property remains in violation, and due to the fact the city's requesting the full imposition of fines in the sum of $9,600 for each case, and continued accrual until the property complies with all requirements.
Ms. Crush.
Good morning, Your Honor. Courtney
Morning.
Crush on behalf of the property owners. Your Honor, in reviewing the beach lighting ordinance in the city's code of ordinances, specifically section 6-53, it would seem that these cases are not appropriate for the citation process. And I did email counsel. The express section contained in this ordinance requires that when it's been determined that a violation has occurred, notice of the violation and an opportunity for a hearing shall be served upon the person or persons responsible. Upon refusal, failure, or neglect of the person served with a notice of violation to cure the violation, and when the violator or violator's representatives do not appear at the hearing granted to this code or as otherwise provided by law, or when an order finding a violation is entered against the violator, the enforcing agency shall notify the violator in writing that an external source causing the violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days. In these cases, Your Honor, citation was issued without a written warning, is my understanding from earlier testimony, and neither an opportunity for a hearing, I know the citation has an appeal, or an order making a finding of fact, which is not a citation, is the path that has been followed procedurally. Therefore, I respectfully request that these cases be withdrawn.
Your Honor, I would like to bring up in code section 6-51, this code section came about back in February 18th of 2003, was implemented into the Code of Ordinances for the City of Fort Lauderdale, in which the City of Fort Lauderdale offered the property owners 1 year to come into compliance prior to the enforcement of these violations. Due to the fact, it's been many years since 2003 in which the opportunity for compliance was provided to the property owners. Due to the fact this property has been notified of this violation multiple times. Well, these properties have been notified of the violation multiple times in prior years, in which, as of today, the original warning was when we issued information to the properties in regards to the sea turtle lighting enforcement and in the nesting season that was coming up, and this was done early in February. That was the warning process in regards to these matters. The citations that were issued were issued with no compliance time due to the fact that this is a irreversible and irreparable violation due to the damage that's being caused to the sea turtle nesting season and for the sea turtles. So that is why no time for compliance was issued, but communication and written notification was issued to Mark, who was one of the managers at the restaurant. In which
citation can contain the language for right to appeal.
Yes, the citation does contain a right to appeal, in which none of these citations were ever appealed.
And if I may, Your Honor, that is my point. The citation contains a right to an appeal. The section 653 requires either a hearing or an order making a finding of fact on the violation, which would be issued by Your Honor.
I want to hear from the city attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. The provisions of Chapter 6 don't require a written warning. There's nothing in there.
Correct.
I know anecdotally, the prior owner said he didn't get a warning. There's no warning requirement in the code. In terms of the violation having a hearing, obviously an appeal would be a hearing, and this is a hearing. So there has been a hearing to meet the intent of this particular enforcement section. 653, which council just emailed me 30 minutes ago, to discuss that. But there is, the citation, of course, is an alternate remedy under Chapter 11, under the enforcement code. So there is no imposition in this case without a hearing, obviously. There's either a hearing, as we've heard in a prior matter, where there was an appeal meaning to this body as opposed to other extraneous bodies, which would contest the violation. And in this case, strangely, because we all know that council is always here for these property owners, no appeals were received or filed for any of these citations. So there's still hearings. You're still making a finding that the violation exists or not, based upon the testimony of the inspector and the photos presented.
Okay, but it's my understanding under that chapter that if they do not appeal, that everything that the inspector says is deemed admitted.
So under section 11.-19G, finally have it handy, there is it is mandatory that Your Honor find that the violation exists because they've waived that right by failing to appeal. That appeal language is on the citation. It's in bold, and that time has passed for these citations. That section of the code, 1119G, provides that civil penalties shall be assessed and costs may be assessed. So costs you would have flexibility on, but civil penalties shall be assessed if there is no appeal.
And as a matter of fact, I think it goes as far as to say I can't even reduce it. I have to, I shall impose what's on the citation.
Yes, ma'am.
If I may, Your Honor? For clarification, when I was talking about the written notice, I was not talking about the turtle lighting section of the code. I was referring to the citation process, so I didn't mean to misspeak. To council's comments, that's exactly my point. As the city attorney just advised you, your role today, according to the ULDR, is to impose fines. The only, and this is the only section of the ordinances that I've seen this in, but this express penalty section in the turtle lighting ordinance either speaks to a hearing or when an order finding a violation is entered. Neither of those have occurred. And an order finding a violation is not part of the citation process. The order coming before, the request for an order coming before you today, you're being advised is not eligible for you to make a finding, nor was it carried that way on the agenda. I'm not arguing the merits of the inspector's observation of the city's case. I think it needs to go down the appropriate path.
I have some concerns because there seems to be some inconsistency with the citation statute and what she's telling me that the sea turtle statute reads.
And I'm also, just for clarification, Ms. Hassan and Inspector, I was engaged on this matter last evening, so I normally, as I think you all would have known, would have reached out to both the inspector and the attorney before this morning. While I represent this client regularly, I was not, so just apologize for any discourtesy.
All right, Your Honor, we'll move to withdraw.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Kush.
Appreciate it, Your Honor. I'll
Thank
get
you.
with you, Inspector. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Rhonda.
Our next case is on page 16. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 21030781. Case address 2420 Northwest 31st Avenue. Owner Jackie Archer. Property posted 5/24/21. Posted at City Hall 5/25/21.
Do you want me to go ahead or you want to wait?
I'm
Would you like to
sorry.
wait, Your Honor, till the attorney is back? Or?
No, that's okay, go
Oh,
ahead.
we can move forward? All right,
Yeah,
great.
go ahead.
Thank you so much. Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case CE 21030781, reference the property 2420 Northwest 31st Ave. This property was initially cited on March 22nd, 2021 for 9-305B for the landscape at this property not being maintained and neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. I do want to point out that contact was made with the property owner, Ms. Jackie Archer, who is present today. In regards to these matters, I received a communication from one of the contractors in which she's working with. They are taking part of the Rebuild Florida. So they are doing extensional work on her property. So Ms. Archer stated that since there's work taking place on the property between trucks and people moving around, the replacement of the sod would obviously be unnecessary at this time. The city would like to request 98 days for compliance or a fine of $100 per day for the violation thereafter. And I'd like to submit to you the communication received from the contractor.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Jackie Archer.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property in compliance within 98 days?
I would like to pose, because this has been an ongoing process since 2019 with the Rebuild Florida program, and due to backlog of equipment and so forth, I'm asking that the court would allow me 7 months, because in fact, they put that in explanation in the letter due to the permits and everything that's going to be required, and I'm having extensive work done.
Any objection?
Your Honor, there's no objections.
Okay, all right. We'll give you 7 months.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break.
We stand in recess for 5 minutes. Good morning. We're getting ready to restart this morning's hearing. Could everyone please take their seats? Our next case is on page 21. Case number CE 20101119. Case address 2036 Northeast 21st Avenue. Owners Elizabeth and George Koski. This property was cited on 11/21/2020 to comply by 11/26/2020. One section complied at $200 per day. The city is requesting to vacate its previous order imposing fines from April 29th, 2021, where $30,400 was imposed. So the city is requesting to vacate that order and only impose $1,400 for the 7 days the property was out of compliance.
Sir, please state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Koski.
Okay, are you in agreement with that reduction?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 13. Our next case is on page 8. Inspector Bernstein Sambert. Case number CE 21020494, case address 6795 Northwest 17th Avenue. Owner Cabo 6795 LLC. Property posted 5/24/21. Posted at City Hall 5/25/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Bernstein Sambert, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 21020494. Property address 6795 Northwest 17th Ave. This property was inspected on February 15th, 2021, and was cited for the following violations. 47-21.16A. There is a dead tree on this property declared to be public nuisance, which is complied. Section 18-4C, there is derelict vehicles and boats/trailers on the property, which is complied. There are areas of exterior walls throughout the property that are dirty and stained. I spoke to the property owner. There's still one part of the exterior wall that still exists. Section 47-34.1.8.1. There is illegal land consisting of a container in the front of the property, which still exists. 47-21.11.A. The landscape at the property is not being maintained. There are bare areas of missing ground covers, including the swell, which still exists. 47-20.20H. The parking facility at this commercial property needs to be resurfaced and/or restriping. It still exists. Due to noncompliance, the notice of hearing was posted on the property May 24, 2021. I have been in contact with the property owner. I would like to submit the photos into evidence that shows violation as depicted. The property owner is here to request a 28-day extension to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation be imposed thereafter.
21 days?
28 days.
28 days. Or a fine of?
$25 per day per violation.
Sir, please state your name.
Robert Symington.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance
I
within
am.
28 days?
Yep.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 13. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 20110391, case address 1640 Northwest 25th Avenue. Owner Roberta Banks Estate. Property posted 5/24/21. Posted at City Hall 5/25/21.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division presenting case CE 201-10391, reference the property 1640 Northwest 25th Ave. This property was initially cited by previous Officer Proto for the violations of 18-4C that's been complied, 18-12A that's been complied, BCZ-39-133, parentheses E, parentheses 1. The exterior building walls, fascia, soffit is not being maintained. There's faded paint, dirt, and rust stains on the house at this property. 9-304B that's been complied. At this time, I personally have not obtained any communication from the property owners, and the violations are still pending, as the photos depict. Due to the fact the city is requesting 28 days for compliance or a fine of $100 per day for the pending violation.
Sir, please state your name.
Robert Banks.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property in compliance within 28 days?
I can try. I'm not sure if I need permits to fix the issue on the property. So if I don't, then I can do that within 28 days. If I need permits, I'm sure that may take longer.
You don't need a permit to paint the property.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So 28 days or $100 a day thereafter. If you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector.
Okay. That's fine. Can I get your contact information? Okay. Perfect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 23. Case number CE 19090635, case address 1200 First Street. Owner Spencer Yee, Pagement Razavalar, Michael McDavid, and Eugene Lee. This case was first heard on 2/6/2020 to comply by 3/12/2020. There are 2 citations notated on the agenda. One section complied at $50 per day, $9,000 per day, $25,350 accrued, a total of $35,100 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue on the non-complied violation.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Darren Emmons, for the record, Code Inspector for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting this case for Senior Code Inspector Quintero. This case number is CE 19090635, located at 1200 Southwest 31 Street. This case first came before the Special Magistrate on 2/6/2020, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on 9/12/2019. A total of 13 re-inspections were made on the property. The case is still not in compliance with the following violations still pending. 9-308B. There's trash, debris, and/or mildew stains on the roof of this property. 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-280B. There are building parts, including window panes and window door jambs, which are deteriorated and not maintained. And 9-12A. There is overgrowth consisting of grass, plants, and/or weeds, as well as trash, rubbish, litter, and/or debris on the properties and swell area. It is the position of the city that fines be imposed as read.
Sir, please state your name.
Yes, my name is Michael McDavid, and in some of the pictures it shows open to the sewer line because we've been pulling permits on this property in order to have this property torn down. It's taken about 6 months to get it done. We're at the final stage. They're going to put up barriers around the trees that are going to remain, and the property will be knocked down in the next 7 days.
Okay.
Honor, I didn't hear the last of that. How many days?
I think you said the
7.
property's being demoed.
Yeah, it's being knocked down, and we've pulled all the permits for that work.
Yes, Your Honor. I do see that on 517. There's in the permitting, it shows a total demo permit was applied for. So I'm okay.
And there was a permit applied for the disconnect from the sewer line from the house. That's been that work has been done and approved.
Okay, so 21 days to get the demo done, and
That's
is that
fine.
good?
Yes,
All right.
perfect.
That's good.
And we'll suspend the fines during that period, but then you're
Okay.
gonna have to back and address
Yes.
the fines that have already.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case on page 23, Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero, Inspector Darren Emmons presenting. Case number CE 21010325, case address 1116 Southwest 1st Street, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Tropical View Apartments LLC in care of Star Management. This property was cited on 1/11/21 to comply by 1/11/21. One section complied at $200 per day, $1,800 accrued. This is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for this citation.
Good morning.
Oh, morning again. Your Honor, for the record, Code Inspector Darren Emmons for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case for Senior Code Inspector Wilson Quintero. This case number is CE 21010325 for the address of 1116 Southwest 1st Street, apartments 1 through 4. This property was inspected on January the 11th of this year, and the following violation was observed and cited for 24-27B. There are 2 green waste containers. There were 2 green waste containers left roadside overnight after collection day, not pulled back to an approved location. This is a repeat violation with cases of CE 19050-776 of 5/9/2019. On that date, bless you. On that date, a citation was issued, C-1166, and a blue copy was posted. Re-inspections were done on 1/12, 1/14, and 1/21 of this year. The violation was found to be in compliance on 1/21 of this year. As of last inspection of 5/24/21, the property is in compliance. I would like to present the following photos as evidence that the violation existed. Being that the property came into compliance with the compliance date of 1/21 of 2021, the city is requesting 9 days at $200 a day for a total of $1,800 to be imposed.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
Ben Ezra.
Okay. There's been no appeal received in this case.
Yes, so I'll be honest with you, we closed on the property January 14. So there's a little bit of miscommunication between when it was given and just a couple of days after that, we closed on the property. We don't own it anymore. We never received it, or maybe, again, it was posted, but between those days, between the 12 or the 11 and the 14 that we closed on the property, we didn't see it. There is a new owner. I know that's those period of couple days was still owned by us, but after that, it's not. I don't know, to be honest with you, how to go about that.
Anything else?
Well, it was posted. It's hard for the city to decide who's owning the property at the time. All we can go by is what's listed in the BCPA, and that's who the citation has gone to.
No, and I totally understand it. Again, we have a closing statement on January 14.
Just one second, sir.
Sure.
Can I hear from the city attorney on what significance, if any, is that 2 days after the citation was posted, the property changed?
Thank you, Your Honor. Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. There wouldn't be, Your Honor. The statute and the code both require the city to cite the owner that's listed in BCPA at the time the violation is observed and cited and posted. So at that point, it would have been Tropical View Apartments, and the gentleman is correct. BCPA reflects that the warranty deed was recorded on January 14th. So at the time, on the 11th, the city did cite the correct owner.
All right. Okay, I'm going to fine for the city.
At least administrative fee. I mean, this is just a couple of days. Let me pay something, but I can't be responsible for the property we don't own anymore.
You are responsible because you were the owner at the time, and I don't have any discretion other than to impose the fine as
But
written on
how
the
can I
citation.
correct a violation if I don't own
Do
the
you
property?
understand when I say I don't have any discretion?
Yeah, I do understand, but it's just ridiculous that I don't own the property and I have to pay for somebody else's.
Well,
now.
you owned it at the time the property was cited and the
Correct, but
violation
it's
existed.
2 days after.
Okay, I've already heard your argument, and I have ruled.
Our next case is on page 33. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 210300179, case address 440 Seabreeze Boulevard, owner Summit Hospitality 130, I'm sorry. Case number CE 210300179 is being withdrawn. If there is a respondent for this property, the case has been withdrawn and will be closed. Our next case is on page 30. Case number CE 210300357 for the property located at 401 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Is there a respondent for this property? 401 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. What's the name? Eric Mendez. 401 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. The case is being withdrawn. I just want to make sure the respondent wasn't present, so he can go ahead and leave. Okay. On page 37. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE-200105001, case address 3521 Riverland Road, owner Zulfikar Laka. This case was first heard on 2/20/2020. To comply by 5/21/2020, there are 2 suspensions notated on the agenda. One section complied at $100 per day, $16,600 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case CE-2001-0501, reference the property 3521 Riverland Road. This case was cited as a repeat violation of case CE-18081360 on January 10th of August of 2018. On January 10th, 2020, the property was cited under ordinance 47-18.47.A for unregistered community residences. This case was brought to the magistrate on February 20th of 2020 for an initial hearing in which evidence and testimony was presented to the magistrate and found for the city. A compliance date was issued for May 21st, 2020, in which the property failed to comply. At the October 28th, 2020 hearing, an extension was granted for compliance and the property failed to comply again. Another extension was granted, and at the February 9th, 2021 hearing, in which within the time to comply issued, the property was brought to compliance by vacating the persons that were residing on the property. As of today, the property is in compliance and has accrued fines to the sum of $16,600. At this time, the city is requesting full imposition of fines that have accrued.
Sir, please state your name.
Charles Fields.
Okay, can you tell me why this property took so long to come into compliance?
Yes, Your Honor. Originally, when y'all gave the extension, that was right around the time the pandemic hit. That's why the extension was granted. Y'all suspended all hearings, and when the hearings resumed, we didn't have a court date. I didn't even know, or no one was, or we wasn't aware that the fines started accumulating because there was nothing scheduled for reinspection, et cetera. So by the time we did come in compliance, that length of time that the hearings started resuming, we didn't get another hearing only because they didn't have a reinspection date. I did stay in communication with him. At some point, we both agreed, and he met me back out to the property, and he complied the property. But if I had a known at the time that the city was resuming, I would have had him come back. We would have never had fines accumulating. The amount of the fine is because the days went by or months went by with a vacant property, but the fines was accumulating just because of no contact or communication. I didn't know y'all had resumed. So you gave an extension, but we did go in compliance because at the pandemic level, they had suspended all inspections to get the property in compliance by the certification that was required. So we just vacated the property just to make it in compliance, and that way we do away with it. But the fines only accumulated for lack of communication. I didn't receive any email. I was not aware that y'all had resumed these type of settings. So I do apologize for that.
Anything else from the city?
Nothing else, Your Honor. Whatever decision you'd like to make, the city supports.
Okay. What are costs in this matter?
I'm sorry?
Costs?
Allow me 1 second. Cost sum to 976.
Okay, but this is I just noticed this is a repeat violation.
Yes, Your Honor.
What, may I respond to that? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is a repeat violation from 2018. You were cited as well.
Well, that's where the conflict of interest came at. It was not a sober home in 2018. That's why the case was resolved. The citation only came because in the city of Fort Lauderdale, whenever there's 3 occupants without the same last name, even if they're my roommates, even if they work with me, or if we live together, by law, there is a city ordinance that there's 3 individuals without the same last name. That's technically, you have to go through a process that we was not aware of or educated on, but we are highly educated on now. When we proceeded to go through that process, that's when the second, a year and a half later, a complete year and a half later, the first citation was closed because they did an inspection, they did a walkthrough. There was kids living there. You can't have grown-ups living or strangers living with kids. So we would be able to verify that. So that was resolved. The second time, we was obtaining the license, and then the pandemic hit, and that's when you gave the extension. So it's not like it's a reoccurring violation where we was aware of something, we did something wrong, and then we continued to do it. That's not what happened. And the reason that these fines did accumulate, if you notice, you suspended, or the city suspended everything for 6 months. So no one notified that the hearing was resumed or the fines were resumed.
I've heard that part.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
Anything else from the city?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I'm going to reduce the fine to $1,500.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else? All right, thank you, Your Honor. I'll give you a call.
When will this fine need to be paid by? Who do we make that?
You'll get a notice.
Okay.
Is there a respondent for 999 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard? Your case has been withdrawn. It's on page 32. Is there a respondent for 2775 Northwest 63rd Court? That's you? Your case has been withdrawn. It's also on page 32 at the bottom. Page 32 at the top and page 32 at the bottom. 2775. Yes. Oh, I apologize. Yours is different. Come on back. Sorry, come on back.
Oh, that's not fair.
I apologize. I thought I was on the sea turtle page. You don't have sea turtle issues.
Close.
Our next case is on page 28. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number 430 Arizona Avenue. I'm sorry, case number CE-1911-0927. Case address 430 Arizona Avenue. Owners Claudette and Donald Grant. This case was first heard on 2/9/21 to comply by 2/19/21 and 3/30/21. 4 sections not complied at $25 per day. $7,975 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning again. Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE-1911-0927. The case address is 430 Arizona Avenue. 47-19.HH.II.4.A actually has been complied. That was complied on May 19th, 2021. And violation 18-4C was also complied, and that was complied on February 22nd, 2021. And the other 2 violations remain. 9306 remains. The exterior building walls have not been maintained, and there's dirty, stained, or missing peeling paint. And the 9-304B is also not in compliance. The work was done, however, there hasn't been a final inspection done from the building department on that. So that being said, because it's under, waiting for that to be done, the city doesn't have an issue with giving a 14-day extension with a stay of fines, and the property owner is here to speak.
Okay. Hello, sir. Can you please state your name for the record?
Donald Grant.
Okay. Are you in agreement with a 14-day extension to get the property inspected?
If I may, I would like to request 60 days, some more time.
Why?
Well, because now I am in the process right now of installing some cameras. And if you notice on some of the picture, you see some open areas. And the main reason for that is to facilitate pulling of wires, cables for the installation. And I just, I do not want to agree to the 14 days. And then when the 14 days come, I am not in compliance. I'd rather 60 days.
Your Honor, as far as the driveway, you see that it is complete, so that's just a matter of getting an inspector out there
Right.
and doing the final inspection, so that doesn't really require much time. And the exterior doesn't need a complete paint job, it just needs some touch-up, and there are some areas of the soffit that needs to be completed. I think 14 days is sufficient amount of time. Also, just keep in mind that this case is from 2019.
Okay. All right, 14 days, and I'll stay the fines during that period.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 40. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE-21030277, case address 2493 Andros Lane. Owner RH Investment Homes LLC. This property was cited on 3/10/21 to comply by 3/12/21. 1 section complied at $200 per day, $800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for this citation.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division presenting case CE-21030277, reference the property 2493 Andros Lane. This property was issued a citation on March 10th, 2021 for the violation of 24-27 for containers left roadside overnight after collection day and not pulled back to an approved location. Reinspection was performed by Officer Michael Jordan on March 17th of 2021 and found that the property was in compliance. Due to the fact, fines accrued to the sum of $800. At this time, the city will move to administrative costs of $267 if the property owner pinky promises that won't leave the trash carts outside anymore.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please state your name.
Dana Kolshi?
Are you in agreement with the city's terms of reducing the fine to $267?
Yes,
And
Your
a
Honor.
promise from you to keep your trash cans where they belong?
Yes, it was vacant, so I'm sorry about that. But
Okay.
now it's occupied, so I'm going to make sure.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 25. Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE 2007-1241. Case address 2624 North Ocean Boulevard. Owner Thidang Nguyen. Case first heard 2/9/21 to comply by 3/16/21. One section not complied at $50 per day. $4,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 2007-1241 for the property located at 2624 North Ocean Boulevard. This case was first heard February 9, 2021. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violation at the property by March 16, 2021. Pre-hearing inspection conducted yesterday determined that the violation had been brought into compliance effective June 7, 2021. I would like to allow the respondent an opportunity to speak at this time.
Sir,
My name is Paul Willis.
okay, tell me why it took so long to get the property in compliance.
Well, on March 9th, the hedges were reduced from 8 feet down to 30 inches, but some areas were still at 46, so it wasn't in compliance until I received the notice a few weeks ago, and I put it back into compliance. All hedges are now 30 inches.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to it, Your Honor. There's no real adverse effects for the property. The administrative costs for this case are $856.
All right, $856 is what?
Can I ask for a reduction in administration?
No, I mean, those are the city's costs, and I think it's, you know, the violation existed, and it's a reduction from $4,200 in fines to administrative costs, so I think that's fair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 19. Inspector Lois Tarosky, case number CE 21010662. Case address 1037 Northwest 8th Avenue. Owner Natty Bayonne. This case was first heard on 3/9/21 to comply by 3/19/21 and 3/31/21. 4 sections not complied at $25 per day. $7,275 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning once again, Your Honor. Lois Tarowski for the city. This is case number CE 21010662, located at 1037 Northwest 8th Avenue. This case first came before the special magistrate on 3/9/2021, where evidence was presented and Magistrate Flynn found for the city. These violations were first cited on 1/21/2021. There's a total of 10 re-inspections that were made on this property. At this present time, the property is now in compliance. All violations have been complied. It is the position of the city that fines be reduced to administrative cost of $626.
Sir, please state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Ed Chinner.
Okay. Are you in agreement with the reduction of the fines to administrative costs of $626?
Can I make a quick case before I make the final decisions based on whatever we've been spending on that house? Based on the tenant that we have never spent, never paid for about 16 months. I'm asking you a favor, and we still got more stuff to do in the house. Can you reduce or eliminate that for me? I would appreciate that.
Okay. It's already been reduced from $7,275. to just city costs of $626. Is that,
I understand that. I heard that. I understand that. But the fact is, we've been spending too much money to keep up with the city, and she's been very nice to me. Anytime we have some issue, we call her. She's been nice to us. That's why I'm asking if we can do that. If you cannot do that, I have no other choices, sir, ma'am.
anything else?
That's entirely up to you.
Okay.
Which way?
All right, I'm going to impose the cost of $626.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, bye.
Our next case is on page 28. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 21030523, case address 1221 East Las Olas Boulevard, owner All Around Las Olas LLC. This citation was given on 3/16/21 to comply by 3/30/21. One section complied at $150 per day. $1,950 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning again, Senior Inspector Cologne, City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 21030523. Case address is 1221 East Las Olas Boulevard. This was a citation. It was for 15-28, that there was no business tax receipt for this location, for this property. And a citation was issued and signed by the co-owner, Stefan. And I was there along with the inspector for the business tax receipt, Inspector Stringer. And, we met with him. She went over all the details on how to obtain the required BTR. And the citation allowed 14 days for compliance, and it was out of compliance for 13 days. And the city is requesting the full imposition of fines and also the photos to be entered into evidence.
Sir, please state your
morning.
name. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Stefan Gorch.
Okay, all right. This is another one of those citation cases where no appeal was filed and where I really don't have any discretion but to impose the fine.
Okay, can I ask for a reduction in the fine?
No.
The reason being is that, with COVID and everything going on, we didn't have time to really file for the business tax, so.
I appreciate that, but the statute's really clear that you have to appeal within 15 days. If you appeal within 15 days, I can listen to anything you want, and I have some discretion involved. But when you don't appeal, you waive all those rights.
So what's the process to appeal at this point?
Well, you're complied now, so you can seek a lien reduction.
Okay.
And that's a separate process, and you can ask the inspector about that.
Okay, so I talked to her to get that reduced?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right?
Is that it?
That's it?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 16. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 21020531, case address 2221 Southwest 20th Way, owner George Crissione, property posted 5/25/21, posted at City Hall 5/25/21.
Good morning.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division presenting case CE 21020531, reference to property 2221 Southwest 28th Way. This property was initially cited on February 21st, 2021 for the following violations: 47-39A1B, 7A1. There is illegal overnight storage of commercial vehicles and commercial equipment taking place on the property. 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence on the property is broken and it's falling. 47-39.A.1.B, 6B. There is open air storage of materials on the property that consist of, but not limited to, plastic containers, pallets of stones, commercial equipment, and other miscellaneous items. As per the photos depicted, the property remains in violation. Due to the findings, the city is requesting 28 days for compliance or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
Please state your name for the record.
George Criscione.
Okay. Mr. Crucione, can you bring this property into compliance within 28 days?
I'm not sure I can, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, how much time would you like?
The thing I think that he's not taking into consideration is that I have 5 permits on this property. It was knocked down to 3 walls. And the outside storage and the pallets of pavers are on the permitted plans, and they were delivered just a couple of weeks ago. The outdoor storage of machinery is excavators that are needed for the finishing of the construction. The trailers are how I'm hiding the on-site storage.
How much time are you asking for?
Permitting the way it is,
I
since
thought
he
you said you
cited-
had the permits.
I do, but he cited me for a fence. This is the 3rd fence we've actually put up. The city's garbage people keep cutting the corner too sharp, and they run my fence over. I actually have photographs of the garbage truck on top of my fence, but yet the city says they don't want to be responsible for their subcontractor, which I don't know how to get away with that. But this is the 3rd fence that I've put up. I've even gone so far as to move it 1.5 feet into my property, which cost me square footage that I'm paying for, and they still hit it. So my wife really refuses to replace it again with a chain link fence. She wants me to build a wall. I don't know if I really want to do that. I would rather put something that would damage their tires, but she wants the wall, so that'll be the next permit that comes up. We still have, nothing happened during COVID because my wife wouldn't let any contractors in the house. So we're just now getting started again. It's probably going to take me a year to finish everything and complete. The roof is leaking, the brand-new roof is leaking. So I just contracted to have a new roof put on. How that got past the city inspectors, again, is beyond me, but it's costing me $47,000 to put a new roof on because the original was put on improperly. I'll need a year. I mean, we've already removed all the debris. I've got a 30-yard container in there that the guys are there right now emptying or filling up. The trailer's been removed. There's nothing left on the property right now that I don't need to complete the construction. But I think he's judging me as a finished house, and I'm actually a construction site.
Your Honor, a couple things, so we're a little bit understanding on what's actually taking place on the property. It is true that the gentleman's property has open permits. If I'm not mistaken, would you be able to tell me what year the permits were initially opened?
Which permits?
The ones that you have at hand right now.
The latest permit was pulled 1 week ago.
Well, initially in regards to like the renovations that you're doing to the property.
Probably 2000.
Okay, so we have permits that are open since 2000, and it's 2021. The owner of the property, which I've had communication in the past, and this has absolutely, again, there's no judging because I know that you use that word. We don't make judgment on people. We do have a duty to do, and this case was brought to us as a complaint from the property, from the surrounding neighbors. The property owner does own a company for pools, and I know that he stated that the equipment that is at the property is in regards to his renovations. The equipment is because of his pool company, and overall, this property actually has multiple cases that are in a lien status at this moment, still accruing fines. It's not at the end of the day, the city just wants voluntary compliance. At the end of the day, we're not looking to impose fines, or at least any more fines than what he's already occurred. But I do want to provide him with a sufficient amount of time. But at the same time, I want to take into consideration that we have multiple neighbors that are on a
Is that
chronic.
fence required, or can he remove it to comply the case?
He will need to have the fence because it goes to the extent where it becomes a Florida Building Code violation, and I'm not a building inspector. I do want to make that clear. So, this is not my professional opinion. This is just something that, for my past experience, I have dealt with in the past as a code enforcement officer. But the Florida Building Code requires a pool barrier on the property, and that fence is the pool barrier to the property, and technically it's in disrepair. So if the city wanted to go as far as something like that, it would have been referred to the building department as a life safety hazard.
How many times has
Sir,
it been
sir,
in disrepair?
I can only hear one person at a time.
So again, our intentions are not to put him in any further burden than what he currently is. And I understand that, money and other matters, have priority, but the city does require compliance. I don't have a problem going as far as 180 days to comply with all the violations. 180 days to comply with the fence to allow him time to put that together. But the open air storage and the overnight storage of commercial vehicles, I wouldn't go any more than 28 days, and that should give him sufficient time to find a warehouse to store all these commercial vehicles.
What commercial vehicles?
The commercial vehicles because this property is an annexed property, the annexed zoning allows one commercial vehicle one commercial vehicle weighing up to 5,000 pounds to be stored on the property. That has to be screened from the right of way or neighboring properties. Particularly this property, the street that it's on, it's actually private property, so it does not belong to the city, but it still falls under that. It's not being screened from the neighboring properties. It's still being parked in the front of the house. So because of the fact, the technically he doesn't really have anywhere, I guess because of the amount of stuff that is in the property, there's no screening and there's no area for him to actually keep these commercial vehicles that he's got in the commercial equipment, obviously. So, he's going to have to find somewhere to store these commercial vehicles, the commercial equipment, and anything other than, I can understand if, there's a commercial vehicle there during the day because something is getting done on his property, but overnight and being parked particularly right in the middle of almost in the middle of the street, it becomes a certain nuisance to the neighboring properties to a certain point. And it's almost a chronic issue because we get numerous complaints, particularly on this property, from the neighbors.
All right, sir.
Can I answer to that, or?
Yeah, you can respond if you'd like.
I would love to. For one thing, the commercial pieces of equipment that are on my property are in no way, shape, or form large enough to dig a pool. I have a mini excavator on the property, and it's on a trailer, and it would take you a month and a half to dig a pool with a mini excavator. That's used there for the plumbing, for the conduits that still need to get in, that's needed for the beds and the pavers and to move dirt around at that construction site, okay? The fence, third fence I've put in, I can't keep them from running over the fence, but he's saying that the fence issue goes back. It goes back, it's been fixed. It goes back, it's been fixed. It's not my subcontractors that are knocking it down, Your Honor. As far as anything else goes, my wife wants a wall, and she's going to get it. This way, if somebody hits it, they're going to know they hit it. But I can't do everything that I have to do in 28 days. The truck is a standard Ford F-250. It's got a Reading bed on it. It's got no lettering on it. And the truth of the matter is I've got a couple of neighbors that just don't like me. And I don't really need to be liked. They called in. I was obligated because I had contractors working on the house to put a porta potty in the front yard.
Sir, how long has this stuff been stored on?
This stuff comes and goes. It gets installed. It gets redelivered. It gets installed, just like those pavers. I had the same amount of pavers delivered before the pandemic. I couldn't get the balance.
So why is it that you have permits that are open from 2020?
The house was a
I mean,
total.
from 2000.
When I bought the house, Your Honor, it was a total knockdown. It was rat infested, had no roof, it was overgrown, and it had more trash on it than you've ever seen. Since then, I've put almost $1 million into the house. As far as I'm concerned, it's from the front, it's the prettiest house on the neighborhood. What I did is I took all the ugliness from construction and I moved it all the way into my back driveway, which isn't visible from the street.
Well,
Okay?
it looks pretty
But this-
visible to me.
Well, only as immediate since they delivered all of those pavers. I got 3,000 square foot of pavers delivered to go around the back driveway. You know, and they came in pallets, and I'm sorry, but that's the way they were delivered. We've since moved them out of sight. They're no longer where he's got them in the picture, so he obviously wasn't there this morning.
No, these were taken June 6th.
Okay, since that happened, the pavers have been moved to the front area where they're gonna be installed. I've got a 30-yard container. All the trash that have been left from the different contractors is now in the 30-yard container. They're actually loading it as we speak.
Can I ask a question of the inspector? This container that he has on the property, does he need a permit if it's a construction site to have a container?
Your Honor, that would be, if I'm not mistaken, you do require a permit for the dumpster, but being that it's a the property is a construction property, I mean, if the extent of the construction is to that extent where, you know, X amount of money needs to be inputted, then I don't want this case to escalate, but I mean, we're gonna have to check with the building department if there's even a certificate of occupancy on this property, if it's to this extent, you know? I do want to point out a couple things, and in the photos that were submitted to the case, the city of Fort Lauderdale, and if you allow me to pull that up real quick, give me 1 second here. So the city of Fort Lauderdale under Chapter 47, and in this case, you know, the gentleman is stating that the vehicle that's parked on the property is a just everyday use F-250. Okay, if we can pull up the photographs to the vehicle with the trailer attached, please. Okay, so we're looking at that vehicle right there. We can see that it's got ladders on the top. It's got a commercial bed on the vehicle. As per section 4734.4.A.2.2, the vehicles or commercial watercraft which shall not be parked or stored in a residential right-of-way are described as follows. Any commercial vehicle which is a vehicle self-propelled by a motor having more than 4 tires and which is used designed for a business or commercial purpose. Furthermore, in that section, it states under A1 that the vehicles or commercial watercraft which shall not be parked or stored or upon any such right-of-way or waterway are described as follows. Any commercial vehicle which is a vehicle self-propelled by a motor having more than 4 tires and which bears any sign or marking which advertises or identifies any business or commercial venture. So therefore, if I see that vehicle, it's got the ladders, it's got the commercial bed on it with the boxes and stuff like that. You've got a utility trailer attached to it. If it's got 4 legs, it meows and it likes milk, it's a cat, you know? Using that theory in this model. In addition, in regards to the Bobcat that the gentleman is debating on, that Bobcat has been sitting on a trailer for God knows how long at the property. So it's not like it's being used at the property. It's being stored at the property. Again, these matters are just something that, have accumulated throughout time. The city just wants compliance. The city will move to 6 months for the fence, 28 days for the commercial vehicle and the outdoor storage.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What is the outdoor storage?
All the,
What is the difference between outdoor storage and construction material stored on site? If I'm gonna comply, I need a specificity.
okay, I'm gonna give you my contact information. We can meet at the property. We'll go over everything.
And that excavator is used but stored on the trailer.
I'm sorry?
We store the excavator on the trailer, but we use it almost daily.
Okay, we'll meet at the property, go over everything. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 21. Supervisor Julio Davila, case number CE 21-031050, case address 1120 Northeast 2nd Avenue. Owner Anna Knesvik. This property was cited on 3/31/21 to comply by 3/31/21. One section not complied at $400 per day. $27,600 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation.
Was the property owner signed, did they swear in?
Yes. I'm not the property owner, I'm the representative with the power of attorney.
You're the attorney, or?
With the power of attorney, I'm a representative of the property owner. She's not able to come to.
I don't think she was here at the beginning of the.
I was.
Of the hearing, of the,
I was sworn in.
oh, gotcha. Okay, thank you. All right, Co-Compliance Supervisor Julio Davila for the City of Fort Lauderdale, on behalf of Co-Compliance Officer Gail Williams, presenting the aforementioned case and corresponding property. This property was inspected on March 31st, 2021. The inspection revealed the property being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. This is a repeat violation of case number CE 2101-0389. A citation was issued on the same date, providing no time to correct the violation or to file an appeal within 15 days. Subsequent re-inspections, including the most recent one on June 4th, 2021, revealed the property continues to advertise without the required certificate. A request for an appeal was not received by the city within the allotted time, and the city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Okay, please state your name.
Okay, so my name is Ligia Martinez. I'm here on behalf of the owner, Anna Nesevic. The information that he has said, in fact, we did receive the violation notice with 0 days, to which we filed and sent a certified mail with the request for an administrative hearing in the appeal for this violation. We were not provided any time.
Are you saying you filed an appeal?
We did.
Do you have a copy of it?
We do. We have a copy here.
Can you show it to the inspector?
I'm sorry, Magistrate. We want to get the file as well, so she can.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, I can give you everything that I will present. I can give you the entire thing. Okay. Here you go. Yes. We did not receive anything other than this magistrate hearing, and that's why we're here. If we could present the case, basically what we're.
Wait, just 1 second. I have to establish whether or not an appeal was received by the city before I can proceed.
That's fine. That's okay.
Your Honor,
I'm sorry, if I could point out as well, on your Acela system, it is noted that the appeal was received on the same date of the letter that I'm showing.
Okay, can you check out what she's? What was the date it was received?
For appeal received dated 4/13/2021.
Okay, so,
we obviously, and for the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan, Your Honor, and I can hand you the document that the representative handed to staff, because this doesn't tell us anything. This is not a certified copy. This is,
Oh, okay, I just have a copy, but I do have it that on your system you have acknowledged.
can you check the system and see if it?
that's what the,
So what she's reading, where it says appeal date acknowledged, is the date we should have received the appeal by, not that we received one. That's what that states in the system. It's not that we received an appeal, it's an acknowledgement date that we have not received an appeal by that time.
Okay, but we did send it via certified mail.
Do you have, if it's return receipt, do you have a copy of the return receipt?
Okay.
Because the acknowledgement in the system is an internal thing that we do, so that we know that the 15 days have passed and now we can schedule it for a hearing. That's what acknowledged means.
Okay. Let me see if I can find the label.
What she's saying is that it says on the 13th, the appeal was received. The deadline was not till the 16th.
Yes.
but it wasn't, we don't have any proof that it was received, Your Honor. That's just a document.
No,
That's a copy of the document that we sent.
but she apparently has on her phone that the system reflects it was received.
No, that's what Katrina just clarified, that it's an internal code that says it wasn't received.
But the appeal deadline is 4/16, and she's saying the system
says
reflects it.
4/13,
Appeal was received 4/13.
There are other cases that I've handled before where they don't have the acknowledgement because there was no letter received. These one, the letters were received, and we were waiting for the opportunity to come to the hearing to present the case.
So, Your Honor, in our system, I do see an acknowledgement where it says an appeal received. It says appeal received date, not appeal acknowledged date. It says that appeal was received, and she is correct, on April 13th, 2021. So we request to withdraw this hearing so that we can make sure the inspector is here to speak on behalf of the property.
Okay, so this hearing is going to be withdrawn.
Okay.
And then it'll have to be rescheduled
Okay.
as an appeal later on.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate your time. You would let me know when it will be?
The notice will be sent to the property owner. So I'm assuming the
Okay.
property owner will let you know.
Okay, I will,
Okay,
like
do
to-
you want this back till
Yes,
then, or do you?
Yes, that's,
Okay.
yes. I would like to ask, if there's any other way that we could get the notice, because in fact, I received a notice for a different property address, and I just looked through the cases.
If you send an email to our office, we can add you as an additional
Okay.
person to notify, but we will always
Okay.
notify the property owner at their
No,
address
no.
of record.
I understand, it's just the notice that we received was somebody else's name. It wasn't for the address. Like, the posted notice was for a different address. We just went and checked, and we noticed that we in fact had this hearing. But
Okay.
the notice was for another person with another address. So I don't know, maybe sometimes it's in the system, so I just wanted to see how I could do it. But you told me, so I just.
Okay, so
Thank
Monique, give her your address, please. I mean, your
Thank you.
card, please, and
I
you'll
appreciate
use her email address. Thank you. And our next case is on page 32. Inspector Bernstein Sambert. Case number CE 190200850, case address 2775 Northwest 63rd Court, owner Charleston Enterprises LLC. Case first heard 8/1/19 to comply by 10/31/19. There are 3 suspensions notated on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $100 per day. $25,900 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Officer Bernstein, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 1902-0850, property address 2775 Northwest 63rd Court. This property was first inspected on February 12, 2019 by Inspector Hector Suez. The case was heard on August 1st, 2019, in which the magistrate found for the city. Also, this case was heard on January 10th, 2021, in which the magistrate gave a 28-day extension. As of today, the following violations remain. 47-20.20.h. The parking facilities at this property are not being maintained in good condition. There are cracks and potholes, and the asphalt top coat is raised, loose and missing in some areas. Wheel stop are missing, loose and are broken. The surface marking are faded or missing. As of today, the fines continue to accrue on the property remains in violation as the photo depict. According to the building department, since the permit have been issued on November 4th, 2020, to the contractor, there have been 5 revisions on the permit. The property representative is here to request a 90-day extension due to continuation progress being made on the property. I would like to enter the photos into evidence that shows the violations depicted. I have been in contact with the contractor. It's been an ongoing issues with the permitting. They are making progress. Like I stated, there's been revision, there's been things added on to the permit.
Okay, is city opposed to a 91-day extension?
Correct.
Okay, all right, so,
You opposed to that?
If you'd like to request more time, you can ask the magistrate and,
oh, you're opposed to the extension?
yes, I'm opposed to the extension.
Okay, all right, please state your name.
Good morning. My name is Ronald. Excuse me. I'm the general contractor for this property, also representing the owner.
Why is it taking so long? This has been going on since 2019.
Actually, 17.
Well,
The
that makes
permit.
it worse.
Well, it's not about worse. This permit has been open since 2017 for interior renovation. Then it went out to the outside parking lot. Since then, we got issued the permit for the interior part, for the structural portion. Then, when we went out to the outside parking lot, which is, we're talking about over 100,000 square foot of parking lot. This parking lot, based on the new owners when they bought it, the configuration didn't match what they needed. We went to appeal to file for a variance on the city. This permit, it has been in the city for the longest time. The city just issued me the parking section, like you said, it's been, they made it worse. Since 2017, the city's been working on this permit, and we have revision after revision after revision from this property. I have been in numerous communications with actually Hector Suarez, which is the previous inspector, then Dick, which was the previous code enforcement director or supervisor. Everybody has been aware of many changes has happened in this property. As of actually for yesterday, I was in the city for almost 8 hours, just requesting a permit that it was issued, and the plans got lost. From Friday, June 4th, till yesterday. Oh, we lost the permits. Also, COVID happened. In COVID, I even met with the city March 20-some, and they said, no, we're shut down. I know we have an agreement, I have an agreement with Dick. It said Dick and Mr. Suarez, we have no problem in compliance with this property, but give me a permit. If you give me a permit, I can work. If you allow me to work without a permit, please tell me. I'll make it happen. We did pull a permit. We have 2 permits. It's actually 3 permits in here. As of now, 4. Irrigation, which was just pulled yesterday. We have the site work and striping, which was then why
But
would
the
I?
only thing in front of me right now is the parking.
But I understand, but that's a master permit for 3 more permits under. So I have to comply with every other permit in order for me to close his case.
Your Honor, Supervisor Bass with the City of Fort Lauderdale. I did speak to the property owner yesterday. I just want to correct, he will have to go through building for any other issues he have, but the permit was issued actually September the 4th for the irrigation, not yesterday. However, I would like a correction to what the officer previously said. The city does not object. We do not oppose to 91 days. We are in agreement with the 91-day extension and the stay of fines.
All right, granted, 91-day extension.
Thank you.
Is there anyone that's not here for lien reduction? Is there anyone present that is not here for lien reduction? Thank you. Our next case is on page 11, 2317, Castilla, Isle, with Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE 21040542. Property posted 52521, posted at City Hall 52521.
Good morning. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 21040542 for the property located at 2317 Castilla Isle. This property was inspected on April 26, 2021, and given 10 days to correct for the following violation: 47-19.3.h. There's a watercraft docked adjacent to the residential property in such a position that it causes it to extend beyond the side setback lines. This is a recurring violation. The previous case is CE 21020012. And the case shall be presented to the special magistrate regardless of any achieved compliance. Compliance was achieved on June 2nd, 2021, and the city is requesting a finding of fact.
Sir, please state your name.
Hi, good morning. My name is Harry Lynette.
Okay. The city, apparently your property is now in compliance. What they're requesting from me is a finding of fact that the violation did exist at the time it was cited. So do you have any objection to that?
I don't have any objection. We did correct the problem. I did move the boat. I was not aware that there was a 10-foot setback. Our neighbors, my neighbor apparently made that obvious that there was a 10-foot setback, so I corrected the problem, and the boat has been moved.
Okay, all right, so there's no fines this time, but if it happens again, then there'll be fines. So I'm gonna enter a finding of fact.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to submit case file and photos to the court. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Are we ready for the non-respondents, or did we want another break?
Pardon? Should we continue, or do you need a break? I'm fine unless you, go ahead.
Okay, so we'll begin now with the non-respondents. Our next case is on page 1. Case number CE 21040011, case address 1232 Northwest 5th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Community 8 Properties LLC, Inspector Louis Tarosky, property posted 52621, posted at City Hall 52521.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Lois Trowski for the city. This is case CE 21040011, 1232 Northwest 5th Avenue. This property was first inspected on 4/1/2021. The following violations were discovered: 1812A, 47341A1, 184C. All these violations are now complied. At this time, I'm just asking for a finding of facts that the violations did exist and are now complied.
So ordered.
And I'd like to submit the photos for the case file. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 3. For case number CE 21030401, case address 1000 Southwest 18th Court, owner Wisla Soha. There's a stipulated agreement for violation 18-12A, 63 days or $25 per day thereafter, and for violation 9-305B, 63 days or $25 per day thereafter.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Inspector Darren Emmons, City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is going to be CE 210304.
Sorry, Darren?
Sorry, yes.
Because it's a stipulated agreement, you don't have to read it again.
Good.
Okay.
Do you guys want a copy of the?
It should be in the file, yes.
The stipulated agreement is accepted.
Our next case is on page 4. Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero, Inspector Darren Edmonds presenting case number CE 21030991. Case address 1009 Mango Isle, owner Bradford Smith. Property posted 5/24/21, posted at City Hall 5/25/21.
Good afternoon, Inspector Darren Emmons, Code Inspector for City of Fort Lauderdale. It's going to be case number, I'll be presenting this case in the absence of Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero. The case number is going to be CE 21030991 for the address of 1009 Mango Isle. This property is first inspected on March 31st on this year, and the following violations were observed. 9-305A, the landscape on this residential occupied property is not maintained. The lawn cover is encroaching into the right-of-way, the sidewalk, and the street. And 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, and debris on this property and or its swell, front and rear yard. There are dead palm fronds on the lawn and on the palm trees. An inspection report was posted at the property on March 31st. The property was re-inspected on April 13th, April 26th, and April 28th. Notice of hearing was posted at the property on May 12th and May 24th. An affidavit of due diligence was signed and submitted to the clerk to file. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on June 2nd. The following violations remain as depicted in the photographs, which I'd like to enter as evidence. The city requests violations be brought into compliance within 15 days or a fine of $25 per day per violation be imposed.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 5. Captain Robert Kasowich, case number FC 21040014. Case address 500 Southeast 23rd Street, owner FLL Hospitality. Property posted 5/25/21, posted at City Hall 5/25/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kasarwich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office here to present case number FC 21040014 for the property address of 500 Southeast 23rd Street. Property is cited in reference to NFPA 113.6.4.3.2.1. The fire extinguishers have not been serviced or tagged by a certified person or company within the past 12 months. We're requesting 35 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 7. Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 21020372, case address 6843 Northwest 29th Avenue, owner Jessica Amazon. Property posted 5/24/21, posted at City Hall 5/25/21.
Officer Bernstein, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case CE 2102-0372, property address 6843 Northwest 29th Ave. This property was inspected on February 15th, 2021, and was cited for the following violations. 9-304B, the paved driveway is not well graded. The blacktop is faded. Due to noncompliance, on June 6, 2021, the notice of hearing was posted on the property. I have been in contact with the property owner. I would like to enter the photos into evidence that shows the violation as depicted. The city is requesting 14 days to comply, or a fine of $25 per day per violation be imposed thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 9. Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE 21030624, case address 2720 Middle River Drive, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Christopher B. Mayer. Property posted 5/25/21, posted at City Hall 5/25/21.
Sorry about that. Which case?
2720 Middle River Drive.
Yes. Senior Inspector Kaloyan, for Officer Snyder, reading in for Officer Snyder. This case address is 2720 Middle River Drive, and case number is CE 2103-0624. The property was first inspected on March 18th, 2021, and they were given 30 days to correct. for the following violation, 9305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance, and there are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swale area, including the swale area. The city is requesting 35 days to correct the violation or a fine of $50 per day for each violation thereafter. And I would like to submit the photos and for evidence.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case on page 9, Inspector Will Snyder, case number CE 21030625, case address 2732 Middle River Drive, numbers 1 and 2. Owner James Orick and Randall Lloyd. Property posted 52521, posted at City Hall 52521.
Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 21030625, case address 2732 Middle River Drive. I'm presenting this case for Officer Snyder, and this property was inspected on March 18th, 2021, and the property was given 30 days to correct for the following violations. 9306 was complied on April 26, 2021. 9308B was complied on June 2nd, 2021. And the remaining violation, which is 9304B, the gravel driveway is not maintained and is harboring plant growth. And the city is requesting 35 days to correct the violation or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. And I would like to submit the photos for evidence.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 12. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 21010826, case address 1531 Southwest 18th Terrace, owner Ann Curtin and Don Ascione. Property posted 52521, posted at City Hall 52521.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia with the Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division. Case CE 21010826, reference to property 1531 Southwest 18th Terrace. This property was initially cited on February 14, 2021 for the violation of 18-4C. There's a derelict vessel docked at the property. At this time, the property remains in violation as the photos depict. Due to the fact, the city is requesting 28 days for compliance or a fine of $100 per day for the violation.
So ordered.
On page 13, case number CE 21010155 has been withdrawn. Our next case on page 14, Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 21020907, case address 3904 Southwest 13th Court, owner Flamingo 1777 LLC, property posted 52521, posted at City Hall 52521.
Prior to moving into the case, on the previous case that you just read, CE 21010155 at 1961 Southwest 38th Avenue, just want to make sure and clarify for the record, are we withdrawing the case in whole and not pursuing the violation, or are we just withdrawing it from the...
Withdraw the case, and I guess you can address it with management once we return.
Okay. All right, thank you. Would you be able to repeat the case number on the case that's going to be heard now?
CE 21020907.
For the record, Senior Officer Garcia, Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, case CE 21020907, reference the property 3904 Southwest 13th Court. Property was initially cited February 24th of 2021 for the violation of 47-34.1.8.1. There's illegal outdoor storage of miscellaneous items in the front at the rear of each unit. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and its swell. 9-306 has been complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Contact was made with the property owner, but the property remains in violation as the photos depict. Due to the fact the city is requesting 28 days for compliance or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 15. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE 21030770, case address 2230 Northwest 31st Avenue, owner W.F. Washington Sr., property posted 52421, posted at City Hall 5/25/21.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia, Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case CE 21030770, reference the property 2230 Northwest 31st Ave. Property was initially cited on March 22nd for the following violations: 18-8, parentheses A. The property appears to have been voided without a certificate. 18-12A, there is trash, rubbish, and debris on the property. 9-278E, there are boards covering the windows on the property. 18-1, there's a broken carport roof at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such manner that the property threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare and may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. 9-280B, the carport area on the property is in complete disrepair. There are areas of the exterior walls that appear to be detaching from the main structure. No communication has been obtained from this property owner and at this time, and the property remains in violation as the photos depict. Due to the fact the city is requesting 70 days for compliance or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
Thank you. Our next case on page 18, case number CE 21031017. The city is requesting to vacate today's previous order in the citation appeal, as this case is going to be withdrawn. Fines will be waived and the case is going to be closed.
So ordered.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 20. Case number CE 21020089, case address 1418 Northeast 53rd Court, owner FL 2-Day Inc. This property was cited on 2/3/21 to comply by 2/8/21. One section complied at $200 per day, $11,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for this citation.
So ordered. Was the first case on this page?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, on the top of page 20, case number CE 21010346, case address 1117 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner Ana Elba Telez and Javier Telez. This case was first heard on 3/9/21 to comply by 3/19/21. One section not complied at $25 per day, $2,025 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 21, case number CE 20120552, case address 1700 Northwest 7th Place, owner B&B Investment Solutions LLC. This case was first heard on 3/9/21 to comply by 3/30/21. Two sections complied at $100, and the city is requesting no fines.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 22, case number CE 21030718, case address 1706 Northwest 14th Avenue, owner FYRSFR Borrow LLC in care of Havenbrook Homes. This property was cited on 3/23/21 to comply by 3/24/21. One section complied at $150 per day, $1,350 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 24. Case number CE 20071381, case address 340 San Marco Drive, owner 340 San Marco LLC. This case was first heard on 3/9/21 to comply by 3/19/21. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $16,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 25, case number CE 20080233, case address 532 Hendricks Isle, owner Bexa LLC. This case was first heard on 2/9/21 to comply by 3/9/21. Four sections not complied at $50 per day, $18,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 26. Case number CE 21031001, case address 2590 North Federal Highway. Owner Richard C. Butcher Trust. Andrew Joseph Butcher Senior Trustee. This property was cited on 4/20/21 to comply by 4/25/21. Two sections not complied at $250 per day, $22,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue and no appeal was received for this citation.
So ordered.
On page 30,
All of those cases are withdrawn.
Yes, case number CE 210300585 is being withdrawn. Case number CE 210300586 is being withdrawn. On page 31, case number CE 210310044 is being withdrawn. Oh. On page 31, for case number CE 210300588, the city is requesting to vacate the previous order imposing the fines and to withdraw the case and with no fines.
So ordered.
On page 32, case number CE 21040694 is rescheduled. Never mind. Case number CE 210-40923 is being withdrawn. Our next case is on page 32, case number CE 1902080, case address 2775 Northwest 63rd Court, owner Charleston Enterprises LLC. This case was first heard on 8/1/2019 to comply by 10/31/19. Oh. Okay. On page 33, case number CE 210300180, the city is requesting to vacate the previous order and withdraw the case with no fines.
So ordered.
On page 36, for case number CE 210300191, the city is requesting to withdraw this case. On page 37, the city is requesting to vacate the previous order for case number CE 210300584 and withdraw the case with no fines.
So ordered.
On page 43, for case number CE 18101730, case address 3061 Northeast 45th Street, owner Jennifer and Alon Amit, the city is requesting to vacate the order of April 4th, 2019 of imposition of fines.
So ordered.
On page 43, case number FC 2010014, case address 1491 Northwest 22nd Street, owners Gerald Boulin and Edith Boulin. This case was first heard on 3/9/21 to comply by 4/13/21. One section complied at $100 per day, $3,500 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
So ordered.
The city is requesting to enter pages 46 and 47 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered.
This concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for June 8th, 2021.
It's okay. Sorry to keep you
Sorry,
waiting.
we haven't started lien reduction yet. Are we continuing? A break?
I'm okay.
I'm sorry, we do need to take a 5-minute break.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
lien reduction special magistrate hearing for June 8th, 2021. Can you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Yes. Thank you.
Our first case is on page 1. Case number CE 17032357, case address 510 Riviera Isle. Owner Vincent B. Garrett. This case has a total lien value of $49,500 and city direct cost of $1,283.02. And the city is requesting $24,750.
Good morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. Your Honor, this was a case that also had where the property owners bought and renovated 2 adjacent homes, and the properties needed permitting work to come into compliance, specifically on the next door case, significant seawall work. Ultimately, Your Honor may see from the case history that in fact what was needed to be done here was able to be achieved without a permit. So the inspections and delays for getting a permit ultimately was not something that needed to occur. The property owners did prioritize the next door property as it was called out and being cited as for life safety issues with respect to the seawall, hence the passage of time. So respectfully like to request Your Honor consider perhaps $12,000 as a reduced amount.
I mean, it was out of compliance for 506 days.
Understood, Your Honor.
Yeah. I understand that and appreciate the life safety issues, but that doesn't mean you just ignore the neighboring property that's under. All right. I'll reduce it to 16,000.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, 60 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next case on page 1, case number CE 18070588, case address 928 Northwest 1st Street. Owner 928 and 932 1st Street Holdings, LLC. This case has a total lien value of $39,800 and city direct cost of $352.82, and the city is requesting $9,950.
Okay.
Hi.
Could you state your name for the record, sir?
Yes, Gene Morales.
Okay. I am familiar, I did review the file, something about that you complied it, but it wasn't recorded properly?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. It was complied and it wasn't recorded within the city. And that's why I just kept on running. But I believe the code enforcer eventually rectified that because I got with him and then he told me what to do to get to here, to where I am today.
I thought you wanted to say something. Okay, all right. Okay. All right. I will reduce to city cost of $1,283.
Okay, thank you very much. Where can I pay that?
60 days to pay.
Right, but if I want to pay it today,
Sorry?
if I want to pay it immediately, where do I pay?
Can someone tell him?
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure, all right, thank you.
Our next case on page 1, case number ENF-code-191000421, case address 1116 Southwest 1st Street, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Tropical View Apartments LLC in care of Star Management. This case has a total lien value of $6,550 and city direct cost of $669.48, and the city is requesting $1,310.
Sir, please state your name.
Ben Ezra, on behalf of Tropical View Apartments, LLC.
Okay. Okay.
How are you?
Uh,
Again, I'm here.
good. This property's been sold.
Sold, complied, took a little bit time because of COVID, and we did so much more for the property because even though being sold, we just had to sod the whole property to be able to apply for the lien reduction. We're asking for administrative fees.
Okay. And was money escrowed for these?
Yeah, a lot.
There was money escrowed for this?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna reduce it to $1,310.
Okay,
All right. At 60 days.
60 days, sure, no problem. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 2. Case number CE 06100348. Case address 1506 Northwest 12th Terrace. Owner Thomas Edward Carter Estate. This case has a total lien value of $4,665,100 and city direct cost of $4,733.50. The city is requesting $7,000.
Gil Bilu on behalf of the estate of Thomas Carter. There are two other associated cases. I don't know if we need to read those into the record as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. On page 3, case number CE 120500967. This case has a total lien amount of $219,400 and city direct cost of $514.50. The city is requesting $3,000. And case number CE 181000980. Case address 1506 Northwest 12th Terrace. This case has a total lien value of $75,400 and city direct cost of $1,077.66. And this city is requesting $3,000.
Thank you. I hate when people tell me how to do my job, so I apologize.
No, it's fine, it's fine. My attention was taken away, sorry.
No, I dig it. Your Honor, there's a story that goes along with
Okay,
this one.
tell me your name first.
Oh, I'm
before
sorry.
you tell
Gil
me your
Bilu,
story.
On behalf of both the estate of Thomas Carter and on behalf of the potential buyer of the property, Joseph Medier. I can't say anything good about Mr. Carter. I never met him. I hate to speak ill of the dead, but he had a long history of untreated mental illness, coupled with alcoholism and drug abuse, according to his brother. He treated this property like garbage, right? No question, this has been going on since 2006. And Joseph Medier is a neighbor who said, you know, he saw this, hey, I can't have this happening on my block, right? I mean, listen, we're almost $5 million in fines on a block that's not worth $5 million, not to mention a lot that the county appraises at $50,000. So Joseph stepped up, all right? He said, listen, I'm gonna clear all this out. I'm gonna put the time, the money, the labor into clearing the underbrush, getting rid of the dog excrement, demolishing the building, repairing the sidewalk, resod. I mean, this guy, all on a verbal promise from a dead man that he was going to sell him the property and pay him back for his work. And so, you know, what I really want the city to try to recognize here is the carrot didn't work with Mr. Carter, the stick didn't work with Mr. Carter, but Joseph took it upon himself to stand up and said, this isn't going down in my neighborhood. And I mean, if anything, I think the city should be paying him. At one point, the city actually declined to foreclose on its lien because it was connected to the homestead, or was the homestead of Mr. Carter. The building's now been demolished. There was an extra wall that was up. We had to go in and demolish. Like I said, we replaced sidewalk, which we actually argued with the building department about. We thought it was the city's responsibility based on its location on the swale. I've been dealing with this case for over a year. This was actually one of the first cases I took once the lockdown started. And so I understand what the city wants, but I think bigger picture what the city wants has already been accomplished. Like, it's no longer a public health hazard. It's no longer an eyesore. It's no longer a nuisance. And it's because a citizen of the city
But it was for
stepped up.
4,241 days.
It was. I listen, you know, there are some things that are absolutely indefensible. The only thing I can do is throw a dead man under the bus, right? Horrible, right? He was under the impression that nobody could tell him what to do with his property. Well, obviously, we all know that's not the case. And so I suggested that we reduce the lien to 3,500. The sale of the property is for 35,000. And I'm just going to heap praise on Mr. Medier. He paid the past due taxes. He went in and did everything that we want a responsible citizen to do. And so what we're asking you to do on his behalf now is reduce it, because if this lien amount is too high, we're not going to be able to close. And then this lot is going to get overgrown again, and it's going to be the city's problem, and nobody wants to see that happen. So
We'll just start running the fines again if that happens.
against an estate that's already had the PR replaced because the PR passed away. The first PR passed away. No, I understand that. And so what I'm asking the city to do respectfully is to reduce it to 3,500. I think that's a fair payment, considering all the work and time that has gone into bringing this property into compliance by somebody who didn't even own it, just on a promise. So what I'm asking you to do is reduce it to 3,500 for all three combined.
Your Honor, Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. For the record, the administrative costs are higher than that, and the code and the ordinance does not allow the discretion to go below the administrative costs.
Yes, I know. Okay,
And
I'm
the
good.
city in total is seeking $13,000 on like a $5 million eyesore for many, many years.
Yeah, and more, half of that is city hard costs.
I would suggest then that we lock this in at the city costs. Again, the only wrongdoer is dead. So I mean, who are we punishing anymore?
All right. All right, I will reduce the fines to $10,000. And 60 days to pay.
Thank you very much. I
Okay,
appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Have a great day.
All right.
And we'll get the order via email?
I think it goes regular mail, but
It doesn't, no email.
Our next case is on page 4. Case number CE 18020-357. Case address 2715 North Ocean Boulevard, number 17C. Owner Rice Capital LLC. This case has a total lien value of $32,750 and city direct costs of $657.84. And the city is requesting $13,100.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sophia Blair on behalf of Rice Capital. The client obtained this property via association foreclosure sale, and the violation on the property was regarding a permit that was not completed and enclosed properly. The client only obtained the property in February and immediately started trying to cure the permit issue by first reaching out to the contractor who was first supposed to install the AC, and the contractor was unable to complete the work, so then the client had to find a vendor to complete the work. The vendor completed the work, an inspection was had, and the permit was closed, I believe, on 4/9 or 4/7. So there was only a short time in between when the client obtained the property and the client complied with the permit issue and got it resolved. So we are asking for the fines to be reduced to the city's hard costs.
Okay, how long did the current property owner own the property before it was brought into compliance?
The current property owner, our client obtained the property February 5th, I believe, based on the CT.
On this year?
2021, yes.
Okay, and the compliance date?
I believe it's 4/9, 4/7 or 4/9.
Okay. All right, I will reduce the fine to $2,500.
2,500. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
60 days, Your Honor?
Oh, 60 days to pay. I don't know why I always forget to say that.
Thank you.
Our next two cases are on page 4. Case number CE 2007-0570, case address 2600 Northeast 9th Street, owner Ocon Reacquisitions LLC. This case has a total lien value of $26,200 and city direct cost of $482.84, and the city is requesting $10,480. Case number CE 21010878, case address 2600 Northeast 9th Street, owner Ocon Reacquisitions LLC. This case has a total lien value of $16,000 and city direct cost of $668.28, and the city is requesting $6,400.
Please state your name.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Ford. I represent the owner of the home. It's actually one home, even though it has two addresses. It's zoned as residential office. One of the buildings is a home and the other building is an office. Respectfully, my client thought he had complied and didn't understand that he didn't, because this is not a case where there's an eyesore or there's something obviously wrong. This is a case where he's being fined for not having the proper licensing, and he didn't understand. He spoke with the inspector, Mr. Suarez, on July 14th, 2020, and the home was not rented for those 2 months, and he thought that made him in compliance. He didn't realize that having it listed made that it was in compliance. He didn't know because, and I'll tell you why, his resident agent didn't forward it to him. So that's why he didn't have notice of the last hearing. He didn't have notice of any of the fines, and he thought he was in compliance. We would ask.
Does the registered agent get notice or the property owner?
Both, Your Honor. A couple of things. Under City Code Section 11-3C3A, the lien settlement request shall not be used for purposes of rehearing the entire case or as an appeal of the original order imposing the fine. Notwithstanding that, we reviewed the file. The file went to, the notice went to the property owner of record at the address listed at the time, BCPA, and also went to the registered agent for the corporate entity and was signed for.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I just want to reiterate that it may have been sent, but he never received it. And the registered agent did receive it, but didn't send it to him. And I can't speak to why, but there is an affidavit from her. I would also like to say one other thing. The city manager in this case conspired, and I don't know any word to use, but that, with one of his neighbors that he has a problem with him. Only one. Everybody else loves him. It's just this one guy who is harassing him mercilessly. Wrote a letter to his lender. But I have the city manager, Chris Lagerblum, wrote an email saying that he was going to, here we go. Can we pass by this house from time to time tonight and get a status check? As I understand, they aren't licensed and may never be licensed if I can figure out how to do that. This is torturous interference of a business relationship. This is serious. So because of that, this house has been under contract 3 times. Once, 416 for 1.6 million. Once, 511, these are 21 by the way, for 1.425 million. And then once, 516.21 for 1.5 million. It's appraised at 1.625. And the reason all of these fell through and why it's being tried to be sold less than the appraisal is because of this. A lot of the things that happen, I'm sorry.
Wait, let me ask you a question. I had some information in the file that there is a pending sale for 1.5 million.
Which I believe fell through because of this. He tried. If this had been settled, it would have gone through. So he was trying. He's really tried. He's made a good faith effort. He did not intentionally not comply. He didn't understand, and he's trying. He also has donated the property. When the FBI agent was killed, he donated the property for her family to come down and stay for the funeral. He is not a trouble property as he's being represented. He's just not. It's not true. There was one party that happened, and that happened, would have been July 14th, 2020. My client found out about it, came in the next day at 8 a.m., threw everybody out, canceled their listing, and that's the one and only party there has been on this premises.
Okay, he's not here for the party. He's here
Yes.
for the
Yes, I understand.
uncertified vacation rental
I understand.
situation. And, you know, while I understand that he may have thought he complied but didn't take down the Airbnb ad, was he making any money from this? I mean, he stopped renting it when?
He stopped renting it. It was not rented between July 14th until September 16th. And he thought that, and that's because he spoke with the Mr. Suarez on July 14th. He's the inspector, and he thought he was complying with Mr. Suarez by doing that. He didn't understand about the actual license, and so when he finally figured that out in January, he did apply for it. It was granted, and then immediately taken back because of the liens. But he's been trying. He's really been trying. And it's not been rented. It's been sitting there. He can't pay the mortgage on it. The sales are falling through, and it's all because of this.
All right, I will reduce the fine to $8,000 with 60 days to pay.
Thank you, Your Honor, for both fines, correct?
Pardon me? That's right, there is. And, okay, and 2,000 on the second one, for a total of 10,000.
Your Honor, respectfully, my client could afford the 8, the 10. Could you please give him 8,000 for both? There is no eyesore and there's no noise complaint. Please.
Well, it's not about an eyesore and a noise complaint. And I will reduce it to 9,000, that's it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This concludes the special magistrate lien reduction hearing for June 8th, 2021.